Chapter 1226. He, I'm really being hated by some mysterious existence. Suyu couldn't help but reveal a self-mocking smile. When he broke through the fairy realm, he encountered the 39 divine tribulations and was almost erased from the world. This time, he encountered another divine tribulation when he broke through to the mortal fairy realm. Theoretically, this would only happen when the descendants of deities broke through to the prospective deity realm. However, Suyu was just an ordinary person. A divine tribulation could happen when he crossed it casually. Who would believe that no one was secretly manipulating it? No matter who you are, the divine tribulation is useless to me now. You can't do anything to me. Suyu looked up at the void and provoked. Now, he could kill a middle-stage prospective deity with all his strength. The divine tribulation was prepared for the peak mortal fairies. For Suyu, it was no longer a disaster. It seemed that someone was irritated. The aura of the tribulation became more solid. Someone is manipulating it. Suyu was more certain of his guess. He sneered, no matter why you are against me, I will remember this. If I have a chance to meet you again, I will pay you back 10 times. When Suyu encountered the 39 tribulations, he was almost killed. The danger left an unforgettable memory for Suyu. If he could find out who was manipulating it, he would fight back. Rumble. The clear sky suddenly rumbled with thunder, and bolts of lightning flashed across the sky above Seawatch City. The aura of the divine tribulation was getting heavier and heavier. However, it still needed half a month to prepare for the tribulation. 6 months was just enough time for Suyu to prepare. Swish. Suyu took out the 200 drops of divine blood from the book deity and the Star River scripture. Activating the Star River scripture required 100 drops of divine blood at a time. Then, he had to sacrifice another 100 drops of blood to the divine level wild beast. However, after thinking for a while, Suyu put away the Star River scripture. Although it was powerful to summon a deity level fighter, it was useless for the alliance of the 7 cities. Instead of that, he might as well use it to water the divine 9-dragon cauldron and see if he could activate the 5th dragon. In fact, Suyu had tried to activate the divine blood obtained from the world of divine remains. There were more than 50 drops of divine blood, but the 5th dragon was useless. It seemed that the further one went, the more difficult it would be to activate a dragon. Last time, a drop of divine dragon blood had activated the emerald dragon. This time, the 5th dragon had used 50 drops of divine blood, but it was still difficult to activate. It was clear how difficult it was. However, judging from the abilities that the dragons brought, the more difficult it was to activate the dragons, the greater the anticipation. Suyu calmed himself down and dripped 200 drops of divine blood into the space between his eyebrows one by one. Each drop was absorbed by the divine 9-dragon cauldron. When the divine 9-dragon cauldron reached 50 drops, adding to the previous 50 drops, there was a total of 100 drops. However, there was no reaction from the divine 9-dragon cauldron. It showed no signs of diluting the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Not even 100 drops. Suyu looked at the 150 drops left in his palm. He was extremely patient, and he continued to inject them drop by drop. When another 50 drops were added, the divine 9-dragon cauldron still showed no signs of dilution. Then, he poured in another 50 drops of divine blood. Together with the divine blood from before, there was a total of 200 drops. However, the divine 9-dragon cauldron did not budge at all. Could it be that the divine 9-dragon cauldron's requirements for both the quantity and the quality of the divine blood are increasing? Suyu was surprised. A glint flashed across his eyes as he inserted the last 50 drops of blood essence into the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Buzz buzz buzz, to Suyu's delight, after 250 drops of blood, the divine 9-dragon cauldron finally trembled slightly. However, the divine blood that almost overflowed the entire divine 9-dragon cauldron was no longer diluted. Instead, it was compressed. 250 drops of god blood were compressed into one grayish-white drop of blood. Grey divine blood. Suyu was stunned. This was the first time that he had seen grey divine blood. Shouldn't the blood of a deity be golden? When Suyu was curious, The divine nine-dragon cauldron trembled again. The grey divine blood was diluted again, turning into a pot of grey divine blood. The grey divine blood flowed along the wall of the cauldron and slowly flowed through the surface of the fifth dragon, the black dragon. A low and cold dragon roar that made one's hair stand on end slowly resounded in one's heart. A small, pitch-black dragon gradually appeared on Suyu's palm. The dragon exuded a dreadful aura, giving people a very ominous feeling. Staring at the dragon in his palm, Suyu's pupils shrank slightly. This is death. The black dragon represented death. The fourth emerald dragon, which represented life, wandered in the left palm. The fifth black dragon, which represented death, wandered in the right palm. The left hand represented life, and the right hand represented death. I can't believe it's death, Suyu murmured. Among the 8 profound meanings of the heavenly law, Suyu had mastered time, space, soul, life, and death. The abilities brought by the divine nine-dragon cauldron were all related to the profound meanings of the heavenly law. What is the divine nine-dragon cauldron? Suyu thought to himself. At this time, a strange message appeared in Suyu's mind. Just like before, when 1/3 of the black dragon was crystallized, the ability obtained was death. By touching, he could deprive the life of a living creature. The effective range was that the vitality of a living creature did not exceed that of a deity. In other words, Suyu could directly deprive the life of anyone below the level of a deity and put them into the ranks of death. Even if it was a deity, he could also deprive them of half of their vitality. Although it was not enough to kill them, it could injure them. If he encountered a seriously injured and dying deity with less than half of his vitality, the palm of death could directly kill them. The premise was that there was a chance to attack. From Suyu's experience of fighting with prospective deities, it was difficult to imprint the palm of death on them when they were vigilant. As for deities, it was even more difficult. However, even so, it was still a horrifying ability that defied the natural order. Below the level of a deity, there were late-stage prospective deities. Those people were very close to the level of a deity. However, their lives could still be killed by a palm. He hadn't reached the level of a mortal fairy yet, but his strength was comparable to a prospective deity. At the most critical moment, I obtained such an overbearing ability. What a timely reign, Suyu murmured to himself. Knock, knock. At this time, someone knocked on the door of the secret room. City Lord, my father is back, Shora said outside the secret room. Suyu nodded. Okay, I see. Now I need to practice in isolation. If there is nothing urgent, you and your daughter can deal with it by yourselves. City Lord, only my father came back alone, Shora said. Alone? Suyu opened his eyes abruptly. Ask Chen Jun to come to see me. Soon, Chen Jun knelt on one knee outside the secret room. His eyes were full of shame. Your humble servant, Chen Jun, please punish me. Crack. The stone door was opened slowly. A strand of extremely weak remaining death energy leaked out unintentionally. Chen Jun, who was kneeling on the ground, shivered suddenly. His life force was almost destroyed by this strand of death energy. What happened? Suyu asked as he looked at Chen Jun, who was surrounded by the aura of death. Covered with wounds, Chen Jun looked quite embarrassed. At this moment, he was lowering his head in shame. Reporting to the City Lord, the person that the City Lord dispatched to this lowly one has been detained. Suyu squinted his eyes slightly. Which City Lord came to my territory and attacked you? Considering his relationship with the other City Lords, it was most likely that he was the one who detained dozens of early-stage prospective deities. No, it was not a City Lord. It was the eldest son of the Sea-Watch City Lord. The Sea-Watch City Lord? Suyu was a bit surprised. After a while, he asked, the former Sea-Watch City Lord left an heir? Yes. After the Giant of the Bitter Sea came ashore, the Sea-Watch City Lord transferred all his heirs to the city of the Demon Emperor in case of any accident. But for some reason, his successor, the eldest young master, suddenly returned and forcefully detained all of our people. The heir of the Sea-Watch deity? Suyu was thinking about it. How strong is he? A late-stage prospective deity. Suyu's eyes flickered. So, he deliberately let you come back to deliver the message? Dozens of early-stage prospective deities were detained. It didn't make sense that Qianjun could escape. Yes, Qianjun said. Tell me. Qianjun blamed himself and said angrily, the eldest son said that if you want those loyal subordinates, you should go to the Demon Cloud City. The 7 city lords will gather in the Demon Cloud City and hold a meeting. They invited you to join them. In order to prevent Su Yu from attending the meeting, they used those early-stage prospective deities as a threat. My lord, don't be fooled. When I was carrying out my mission, I heard that the 7 city lords have been in close contact with each other in the past month. It is very likely that they are conspiring against you. Qianjun said, My lord, you will be in danger if you go there. Su Yu waved his hand. If they want to kill me, they don't have to invite me to attend the meeting. They would have joined forces to kill me. Why do they need to do this? I guess they have some concerns and are preparing to use peaceful means before resorting to force. If they can force me to hand over the princess with words, they don't have to take the risk to clean up the emperor's side. After all, it is risky for the royal family to investigate. With just a few words, Su Yu had analyzed most of the other party's motives. He was sure that the Demon Cloud City Master would attack the city directly and take the opportunity to kill Su Yu to avenge his humiliation. Among the rest of the deities, there should be 1 or 2 powerful deities who would be cautious and adopt a conservative strategy. In this case, my lord, you don't have to pay attention to them. Anyway, you won't hand over Her Highness to them. Nothing will come out of this meeting, Qianjun said. Su Yu said with a smile, that's not true. This meeting is exactly what I want. I was worried that I wouldn't have a chance to talk to them. Heh. God is on my side. Qianjun opened his mouth. In his opinion, this meeting was full of danger. However, in Su Yu's eyes, it was an opportunity. You stay in the city. I will go there. An hour later, Su Yu cleaned up a little. Then, he crossed the city and landed in the territory of the Demon Cloud City by using the transportation portal. He didn't go to the mansion immediately. After all, there were still several days before the meeting. Chapter 12:27. Oh. I was surprised that he came here so early. I thought he would stall for time until the purple-eyed demonic god came back. The luminous Moon City Master said with a smile as he looked at the Demon Cloud City Master who was sitting beside him with his eyes closed. The luminous Moon City Master was the one who suggested using peaceful means before resorting to force to reduce the risk. Hearing that, the Demon Cloud City Master snorted. Things have become so troublesome because you are afraid. The luminous Moon City Master was second only to the Demon Cloud City Master. He could influence 3 deities in the Jingyu realm. Therefore, the Demon Cloud City Master had to consider the luminous Moon City Master's suggestion. I am just thinking for your sake. I don't think it will be bad for you if the royal family investigates you, the luminous Moon City Master said with a smile. The Demon Cloud City Master snorted coldly. This is not our top priority now. The meeting will start in 3 days. Don't you think it's strange that he came here in advance? The Blazing Sun City Master said as his eyes lit up. Hearing that, the deities fell silent. If they were Su Yu, they would definitely come to the meeting after hearing the news. However, Su Yu came to the Demon Cloud City in advance as if he couldn't wait. The Demon Cloud City Master said slowly, it is said that this guy is very cunning and good at defeating stronger opponents. Now that he has come to the Demon Cloud City in advance, we must be careful. The luminous Moon City Master agreed. Right. I saw the battle a month ago. This guy is really cunning. We can send someone to spy on him and see what he is doing in the city. This was the territory of the Demon Cloud City Master, so it was easy for him to spy on Su Yu. On the first day, the spy came back to report. Where did he go? Who did he meet? What did he say? The Demon Cloud City Master asked. The spy replied, he went to the scenic spots in the Demon Cloud City. He didn't meet or talk to anyone. Scenic spots. The deities in the area were curious. He came to the Demon Cloud City in advance without worrying about his safety. Instead, he went on a sightseeing tour. Could the Sea-Watch City Master be so careless? How could he not sense danger? A deity asked. Spy on him again, the Demon Cloud City Master said as he frowned. If Su Yu had acted as if he was facing a formidable enemy, he would not have been so vigilant. However, Su Yu's relaxed demeanor caused him to become vigilant. The next day, the surveillance personnel came back to report. What did he do today? The Demon Cloud City Master asked. We went to the biggest restaurant in the city to eat, drink, and have fun. The various gods sank into contemplation. How could he still keep his composure? Now, all the deities were on guard. What was the Sea-Watch City Lord trying to do? Search again, the Demon Cloud City Master said indifferently. On the third day, the surveillance personnel returned. Reporting to the City Lord, he got drunk at the Fragrant Breeze brothel today and spent the whole day with several famous figures. He hasn't gone out since then. All the gods fell silent. On the first day, they went sightseeing. On the second day, they ate, drank, and had fun in restaurants. On the third day, they simply played with women. Was he really aware of his situation? Or, even though he was aware of it, he didn't care? He looks so relaxed. Do you think he is confident? The luminous Moon City Master, who was the most cautious among them, asked timely. Among the gods, the more conservative ones made guesses. That's quite possible. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain how he could be so carefree. We can't forget that he has the 9th princess under his control. If the 9th princess borrows power from the royal family to help him, with this concern, they, who had mobilized a large number of people, could not help but feel weak. Humph. Look how scared you are, the Demon Cloud City Master snorted. He is just an ordinary person. What kind of background can he have? As for the 9th princess, she can't even protect herself. How could she help the Sea-Watch City Master? Right. What the Demon Cloud City Master said makes sense. Anyway, the meeting will be held tomorrow. Let's talk to him face to face. That way, we can find out more about him. The next day, a meeting to decide the future peace of the Jingyu realm was held in the mansion of the Demon Cloud City Master without anyone knowing. The 7 gods were still in the mansion. A young half-purebred demon was standing respectfully behind the 7 gods. The meeting is about to begin. Go and invite the Sea-Watch City Master to the reception room, the Demon Cloud City Master ordered indifferently. He and the other gods did not move. The luminous Moon City Master said with a smile, should we prepare to leave? Why are you in such a hurry? The Demon Cloud City Master said calmly, we are all city masters at the level of deities. A despicable city master like the Feather Demon can't be compared with us. Why can't we ask him to wait for us? Moreover, this can dampen his spirit, which is beneficial for the negotiation. The luminous Moon City Master agreed because he thought it was reasonable. Soon, the man from the Demon Cloud City arrived at the Fragrant Breeze restaurant where Su Yu was drunk. He knocked on the door of Su Yu's room and thought Su Yu was unconscious. However, Su Yu had already woken up. Wearing a white robe, he was sipping tea quietly and elegantly. Then, he said without turning his head, has the meeting begun? The man was stunned. It seems he already knows who I am. Or, he has seen the surveillance of me for several days. Yes. Sea-Watch City Master, please come to the mansion. No, I will change the venue to this place, Su Yu said calmly. Ah. The newcomer was dumbfounded. But, 7 gods have set the location of the meeting at the Demon Cloud City's mansion. That is the place for the meeting. Su Yu squinted at him and said, you also know that the meeting place was decided by the 7 deities. Did they ever ask for my opinion? I want the meeting to be held in this place. But the man was speechless. He thought to himself, who do you think you are in front of the 7 deities? Do you think you have a choice in the place for the meeting? No buts. I will only wait for 2 hours. If they don't come, I will go back. Su Yu interrupted him in an overbearing manner. The man was dumbfounded. He thought to himself, is the Sea-Watch City Master out of his mind? He doesn't have any self-awareness. How could the 7 deities accommodate him? The man was indignant. However, he had no choice but to go back to the secret room. The 7 deities hadn't left yet. Seeing the man who had been sent back, he thought Su Yu had been summoned. The Demon Cloud City Master said sarcastically, "Don't be hasty. Let's wait for a while and discuss how to deter him. Now, he must be intimidated by us. If we attack him verbally, he won't dare to be stubborn again." Lord City Master, the Sea-Watch City Master, the Demon Cloud City Master waved his hand. "Okay. You can leave now." Beads of sweat appeared on the forehead of the man who had been sent back. Then, he said cautiously, "Lord City Master, the Sea-Watch City Master." The Demon Cloud City Master was a bit displeased. Then, he stared at the man who had been sent back. "There are several deities in this place. How could you be so wishy-washy?" The man who had been sent back knew the Demon Cloud City Master would be angry if he didn't leave now. However, he also knew the Demon Cloud City Master wouldn't just be angry with him if he didn't tell the Demon Cloud City Master the truth and delayed the meeting of the deities. The Sea-Watch City Master didn't come. He has ordered the city lords to go and see him, and only wait for 2 hours. Otherwise, they will be sent back. In order to prevent being interrupted, the person who was sent spoke quickly and finished in one breath. After that, the whole secret room fell into silence. The deities looked at each other in surprise. They almost thought they had heard it wrong. They had just planned to intimidate Su Yu. However, Su Yu changed the place of the meeting at the last minute and ordered the 7 deities to meet him in person. Moreover, he didn't wait for anyone who was late. In comparison, the deities couldn't help but feel like Su Yu was the superior deity, while they were the lowly commoners. The deities were so surprised that they fell into an awkward silence for a while. Then, the Demon Cloud City Master shouted angrily, "How dare you!" The man who had been sent back was so scared that he knelt down on one knee and begged for mercy. "What I said is true." These are the words of the Sea-Watch City Master. The Demon Cloud City Master became more and more annoyed. He thought, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" The man who had been sent back said to himself, "You should have told me earlier. Go again. Tell him that if he doesn't come back in 10 minutes, he will bear the consequences." The Demon Cloud City Master shouted. He didn't approve of the meeting at all. Now, Su Yu's ungrateful behavior had successfully irritated him. At this time, a man stood up. "Lord, how about I go there? I really want to see who the person who instigated my father to be the city master is." The deities looked at him and thought for a while. Then, they nodded their heads slightly. "Fine. Li Ying, you will invite him here. As the city masters, we can't accommodate him." "Yes, Lord," Li Ying said with a meaningful smile. The luminous Moon City Master frowned. "If you have to fight with him, don't embarrass him too much." "Yes, Lord," Li Ying said with a smile. When he left the secret room, he said coldly, "Humph. The position of the Sea-Watch City Master is mine. Who do you think you are, the Yu demon? How dare you steal what belongs to me? Humph." When he arrived at the Fragrant Breeze restaurant, Li Ying walked to Su Yu's room slowly. After staring at the room for a while, Li Ying kicked open the door of the room. Then, he saw what was going on in the room. The silver-haired demon in the room acted as if nothing had happened. Then, he said calmly while sipping his tea leisurely with his back to Li Ying, "You still have 1 hour. The deities didn't come back. It was another man who had summoned him. How arrogant you are. Ask the deities to come here to see you," Li Ying said as he walked into the room with his hands clasped behind his back. Then, he stood 30 feet behind Su Yu and said, "People who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth usually die faster. Which one are you?" Su Yu turned around and looked at him. Then, he said expressionlessly, "Go back. You only have 1 hour. Don't miss it. Humph. Put away your arrogance and immediately come with me to see the city lords, if you still want your 40 loyal subordinate." Li Ying pursed his lips into a line, and a cold look appeared in his eyes. He was trying to provoke Su Yu. If Su Yu attacked him out of anger, he could fight with Su Yu openly and trample him to the ground. This was the first step for him to regain the position of the Sea-Watch City Master. At least, he wanted to prove to the world that he was more powerful than Su Yu. However, Su Yu was still calm. Then, he said calmly, "The fact that they were all subdued by you means they are a group of useless subordinates. It's not a pity to lose them. You can do whatever you want with them." Chapter 1228. Li Ying's eyes lit up. He was waiting for Su Yu's anger after being humiliated. Then, he could attack Su Yu justifiably. Arrogant villain. If you can regain the glory of being the son of the former city master by doing this, you can think whatever you want, Su Yu said calmly. He was not angry at all. Li Ying was touched by Su Yu's words. He laughed angrily and said, "What a sharp tongue you have. I am warning you for the last time. Come with me immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for using force. I know you have some great magical powers that can subdue a medium-stage prospective deity. However, in my opinion, it is just a small trick. Don't force me to attack you. Because of your nonsense, I have decided to shorten the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea." "Well, there is only half a cup of tea left," Su Yu said calmly. Li Ying was completely irritated. This was exactly what Su Yu wanted. Su Yu did not know what was good for him and forced him to capture Su Yu. "You asked for it." Underneath Li Ying's furious face was a sneer. He had been waiting for this moment. However, when his palm was about to hit Su Yu's body was filled with colorful lights. Then, he teleported and disappeared. Li Ying's attack missed him. Teleportation? Li Ying was a little surprised. Then, he sneered, "Teleportation in front of me? What a joke." His eyes were like lightning. He glanced in a certain direction and grinned. Then, his figure disappeared on the spot. When Su Yu appeared, he appeared behind Su Yu like a shadow. Then, he grabbed Su Yu's back fiercely and quickly. Su Yu's face was calm. Then, he disappeared again with colorful lights shining on his body. Li Ying missed him again. Li Ying snorted coldly. Then, he teleported to catch up with Su Yu. The two of them teleported from the Fragrant Breeze restaurant to the sky above the city. Although Li Ying had the powerful cultivation of a later stage prospective deity, Su Yu's teleportation ability was not inferior to his. Therefore, Li Ying could not catch Su Yu at all. After the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, Su Yu teleported again and said calmly, 2 hours have passed. I am sorry that the city masters could not attend the meeting. I am sorry. Please tell the city masters that there is no need for the meeting anymore. As he spoke, Su Yu teleported to the transportation Great Hall and activated the formation to prepare for the transportation. How could Li Ying allow Li Ying to abandon the meeting? With a low grunt, he teleported over to intercept Su Yu's teleportation. However, right at that moment, an astonishing evil energy shot out of Su Yu's forehead, while a giant dog's paw slapped Li Ying back. Hee, you've only broken through to the late-stage prospective deity level after inheriting your father's Shinto path. How weak. The black dog saw through Li Ying's actual situation at a glance. The prospective gods who inherited their father's Shinto were often incomparable to the prospective gods who became gods independently. The former's inheritance of Shinto was not as good as the previous generations, while the latter was a complete Shinto, so it was needless to say who was stronger and who was weaker. Who are you? Li Ying shouted. The black dog scoffed. Hurry up and go back. You should thank me for saving your life. If Su Yu had attacked, Li Ying would have been dead by now. Ha ha ha, what a joke. A mere remnant soul of a deity dares to boast shamelessly and spout nonsense. Li Ying laughed sinisterly. He let out an angry roar and prepared to rush forward again. However, the transportation portal beneath Su Yu's feet instantly teleported away, leaving behind Su Yu's echoing words. Tell the 7 city masters that there's nothing to talk about. Don't waste my time anymore. Let them attack the Sea-Watch city. I will wait for them, and they will not be able to return alive. Humph. A bunch of shameless B***stars. Li Ying was angry and anxious. He was angry that he failed to teach Su Yu a lesson. Now, he was anxious that Su Yu had really left. How could he explain to his superiors? Right at that moment, 7 beams of divine light appeared in the surroundings at the same time. As deities, how could they not know that a great war had taken place here? The 7 city masters looked gloomy. They had thought Su Yu was just bluffing when he said he would not wait for them. They didn't expect Su Yu would really leave. Wasn't he afraid that the 7 city masters would kill him if the negotiation failed? The negotiation ended before it started, which was totally out of the plan of the deities. The luminous Moon City Master stared at Li Ying coldly. You are a failure. You can't even handle such a small matter. How could you expect us to support you to manage the Sea-Watch City? Then, he stared at the Demon Cloud City Master angrily. Now, as you wished, there's no need for the negotiation anymore. Humph. If you don't want to negotiate, then forget it. The 7 city masters will join hands in the name of protecting the Emperor. Who are we afraid of? The luminous Moon City Master said with a cold smile. Don't count the luminous Moon City in. I don't want to risk the royal family's wrath with you. Goodbye. The Bayou City will not participate in this, either. Goodbye. The Lingshin City will also withdraw from the alliance. Goodbye. The Fansai City will withdraw from the alliance. Sorry to disappoint you, Demon Cloud City Master. Seeing the luminous Moon City Master leading the others to withdraw from the alliance, the Demon Cloud City Master said gloomily. When the Fansai City Master also announced his withdrawal, the Demon Cloud City Master said with a pale face, Fansai City Master, why did you? Before this, the Fansai City Master had agreed to attack the alliance directly. Now, he announced his withdrawal. The Demon Cloud City Master knew it was Su Yu's performance that had frightened them. 3 days of idling, arrogant and domineering during the negotiation, and the threatening words he left just now had shaken their minds. Especially the last sentence, which threatened to kill the city masters who attacked the alliance. How confident was Su Yu to say such cruel words? As a result, the Fansai City Master, who had planned to attack the alliance directly, chose to withdraw because of fear. In just 3 days, the alliance of 7 cities, which had the same goal, fell apart in the blink of an eye. The unexpected situation made the Demon Cloud City Master's face turn extremely pale. How could this be? Li Ying looked at the situation that had gone out of control in a daze. He knew how stable the alliance of 7 cities was before. Every deity wanted to take the princess away from them. They could even let go of the old hatred between them because of this. However, Su Yu came to the Demon Cloud City and didn't even meet the 7 city masters. Then, the alliance of 7 cities collapse. Good. You demon, as the book deity said, you can hurt people invisibly and kill people from thousands of miles away, the Demon Cloud City Master said angrily. After returning to the mansion, the book deity came to the secret room where the book deity was resting. The book deity looked at the Demon Cloud City Master's face and was slightly surprised. Did something happen? The Demon Cloud City Master nodded and told the book deity what had happened. After hearing that, the book deity sighed and shook his head. You shouldn't have given him any chance to breathe. How stupid are you to choose to negotiate with him? Such a scheming person can only be killed by thunderous means. You tried to negotiate with him. Alas, you are asking for death. The Demon Cloud City Master said coldly, I didn't come here to listen to your sarcasm. Tell me, what should we do now? Only the 3 cities are willing to attack. It is likely that it will be regarded as internal strife. At that time, the royal family will investigate. Chapter 1229. However, he was in the same boat with the Demon Cloud City Master now. Therefore, he said, I suggest you start the operation to eliminate the Emperor's followers immediately. Don't hesitate. This kid is very shrewd and has always taken every possibility into account. It's very likely that the situation of all of you falling apart is within his expectations. I'm worried that separating all of you is only the first step. You must not give him the time and opportunity for the next step. The Demon Cloud City Master didn't say anything. He walked out of the secret room quietly with a struggling look in his eyes. Should he give up on this operation, or should he choose to take the risk? Should he believe the book deity's words? Is that guy really so horrible? The Demon Cloud City Master, who was the #1 city master of the Jingyu realm, was definitely not a reckless man. Therefore, he didn't follow the book deity's suggestion to attack the Sea-Watch City immediately. Instead, he chose to make a long-term plan. However, he didn't know he had made an irreversible mistake by not listening to the book deity's advice. Su Yu's operation was exactly as the book deity had predicted. The luminous Moon City Master returned to his mansion in a bad mood. No one expected the alliance would end on a bad note. Although he was a little bit regretful, he didn't regret his decision. City Master, an honorable guest is waiting for you. When the luminous Moon City Master returned to his mansion, a servant came up to him and said. The luminous Moon City Master was a bit surprised. Honorable guest? Who? The Sea-Watch City Master. The luminous Moon City Master changed his expression abruptly. What? It's him. Didn't Suyu return to the Sea-Watch City? Why did he come to his mansion before me? Moreover, how dare he come to my mansion? The luminous Moon City Master squinted his eyes and said as he stared at the servant, Remember, no one is here today. No honorable guest. Yes, sir. The servant understood tacitly. The next moment, the luminous Moon City Master glanced at the mansion. After confirming Suyu's location, he teleported to Suyu's front. Suyu was playing with the teacup in his hand, looking extremely bored. Sensing the fluctuation of the divine light, he raised his head slowly. Luminous Moon City Master, I've been waiting for you for a long time. The luminous Moon City Master squinted his eyes and said as he stared at Suyu, You are really bold. How dare you come to my mansion when you know the conspiracy of the Seven Cities Alliance? Aren't you afraid that this god will make sure that you won't be able to return? Haha, it's precisely because I know what you're plotting that I dare to come here so boldly. Suyu chuckled. Don't you just want to threaten the Emperor and order the nobles? Why go through so much trouble? I'll let Her Highness the Empress write an edict to authorize you to temporarily manage the Jingyu realm. Isn't that far better than you taking the risk of holding Her Highness the Empress hostage? The prerequisite is that you dare to accept such an edict. If the luminous Moon City Master became the acting administrator of the Jingyu realm, would the Demon Cloud City Master, who was the most powerful, agree? At that time, how could the luminous Moon City convince the public? He was afraid that it would be the luminous Moon City Master who would be purged. Hearing this, the luminous Moon City Master's eyes lit up. Staring at Suyu, he asked, Do you have a way to persuade Her Highness to issue such an edict? It's already written. I can only announce it to the world. The luminous Moon City Lord's eyes lit up as he asked, Do you have a way to help me get the edict? Yes. The luminous Moon City Master stared at Suyu and asked, What is it? Can't you just kill all the city lords who can threaten you? The only one who can threaten you is the Demon Cloud City Master. Once he is dead, you will be the most powerful person in the Jingyu realm. Let me ask you, who will refuse to accept you as the temporary administrator of the Jingyu realm? Suyu's eyes were filled with coldness. The luminous Moon City Master took a deep breath and said unhappily, You want me to help you kill the Demon Cloud City Master. That's why you are here today, isn't it? He didn't deny that the Demon Cloud City Master was his biggest threat. Heh. We both want to kill someone. It will be beneficial for both of us if we cooperate, Suyu said with a faint smile. The luminous Moon City Master said as he squinted his eyes, If I cooperate with the Demon Cloud City Master to kill you, I will get the same benefit. However, did you defeat the Demon Cloud City Master in the fight for the throne of Her Highness? That's impossible, Suyu said calmly. The luminous Moon City Master said as he squinted his eyes, Do you think I can kill him if I cooperate with you? Exactly. If you cooperate with him, he will definitely be wary of you. You won't find a chance to kill him. However, what if you cooperate with me secretly? If you give him a fatal blow when he least expects it, you will have a higher chance of killing him. After saying that, Suyu said nothing and waited for the luminous Moon City Master to make up his mind. The luminous Moon City Master fell silent. Apparently, he was tempted by Suyu's offer. One last question. Do you have a backup plan? The luminous Moon City Master asked. The Demon Cloud City Master is not a simple man. He knows some people in the Demon Emperor's city. If we use their connections to kill him, things will get tricky. Unfortunately, I also know some people in the royal family. The luminous Moon City Master's eyelids twitched violently. He thought to himself, No wonder he is so arrogant. Who? Suyu's lips moved. The luminous Moon City Master, who was reading Suyu's lips, was surprised. What? I didn't expect it was that, Lord. It's up to you whether you want to cooperate with me or not, Su Yu said with a faint smile as he took out an edict of the 9th princess. The luminous Moon City Master fixed his eyes on the edict. The 9th princess's jade seal couldn't be forged. Now, as long as Su Yu instilled some divine energy into the edict would be announced to the world. The luminous Moon City Master swallowed his saliva. This was exactly what the luminous Moon City Master wanted. Demon Cloud City Master. The luminous Moon City Master said resolutely as he grabbed the edict. Fine. I will help you kill him. From now on, I will follow your orders. Heh. Good. If you can rope in more city masters, you will have a greater chance of winning. The luminous Moon City Master made up his mind after getting the edict. Don't worry, I will try my best to rope in them. I am not sure about the Fansai City Master. However, I am sure I can rope in the other 3 city masters who have withdrawn from the alliance. Great. Let's wait for an opportunity patiently. They didn't have to wait for too long. After hesitating for a while, the Demon Cloud City Master made up his mind. After discussing with the other 2 deities, he said, let's do it in 1 month. After returning to the Seawatch City, Su Yu started his secluded cultivation immediately. The Demon Cloud City Master was about to strike. Although he had alienated the luminous Moon City Master, as the most powerful city master in the Jingyu realm, the strength of the Demon Cloud City Master was still unknown. It was unknown whether the luminous Moon City Master and the other city masters could kill him. It was far from enough to rely on them. The most important thing was Su Yu's strength. Therefore, he had to prepare for the tribulation. As time passed, the aura of the tribulation became more and more intense. 12 days later, the aura of the divine tribulation finally reached its peak. In the sky above the Seawatch City, layers of thick demonic clouds gathered from all directions. Accompanied by thunder and lightning, the entire Seawatch City was plunged into darkness. Chapter 1230. At the same time, another huge demonic cloud rolled over. In the demonic cloud, 3 deities stood proudly without any concealment of their divine light. After preparing for half a month, the Demon Cloud City Master finally decided to take the risk. In the name of eliminating the Emperor, he would launch a destructive attack on the Seawatch City, seize the opportunity to capture the 9th princess, and control the Jingyu realm. You demon, your good days are over. Li Ying looked ferocious. The position of the city master that belongs to me will be stained with your blood. Li Ying thought to himself. Demon Cloud City Master, after I take back the position of the city master, I will follow your lead. As for the deities who didn't come, humph. You are welcome, Li Ying. The Seawatch City Master died tragically, and the position of the city master was taken by a scoundrel. As the heir of the city master, I am very pleased that you are willing to come back from the Demon Imperial City to fight against the scoundrel. But don't worry, the Seawatch City belongs to you, and this will not change. As for the Luminous Moon City Master and the others, humph, they are a bunch of cowards who don't care about the safety of the 9th princess. After I rescue the 9th princess, I will definitely fight against them. The Demon Cloud City Master's words were so high-sounding that those who didn't know the truth would think that they were really here to eradicate the scoundrel. At this time, they arrived near the Seawatch City. Looking at the dark sky with rolling tribulation clouds, Li Ying said in surprise, crossing the divine tribulation? Is there a descendant of a deity breaking through the prospective deity realm? And he should be a descendant of a deity who has declined. Usually, when the descendants of deities crossed the divine tribulation, they would be protected by their elder deities to reduce the risk of dying under the divine tribulation. However, in the Seawatch City, where there were no deities, only the descendants of the deities who had lost the protection of their elders could cross the divine tribulation. Looking at the powerful tribulation clouds, the Demon Cloud City Master said in surprise, "Good tribulation clouds, at least a 4th-grade divine tribulation." Li Ying also praised, a descendant of a deity who has declined can still inherit more than 50% of his elder's divine path. How rare. The strength of the divine tribulation depended on the strength of the divine path inherited by the descendants of the deities. The more divine tribulation they inherited, the more terrible the divine tribulation would be. Li Ying had inherited his father's divine Tao, which was the highest among his siblings. He had a 50% chance of passing the divine Tao. When he underwent the divine tribulation, it was a grade 4 divine tribulation. However, he was only able to inherit 50% of the divine path under the careful guidance of his seniors. On the other hand, a descendant of a declining god had relied on himself to figure out 50% of the divine path, which showed how high his natural talent was. The higher the grade of the divine tribulation, the more complete the inheritance of the divine path will be after the tribulation. A 4th grade divine tribulation is not bad. The Demon Cloud City Master said with a faint smile, "My eldest son inherited 80% of my divine path. When he was going through the divine tribulation, he encountered a 3rd grade divine tribulation. The person in front of me is not bad." However, as soon as the Demon Cloud City Master finished speaking, a huge tribulation cloud suddenly rolled over their heads. The tribulation cloud was no longer pitch black, but fiery red. It was like a ball of burning flames that merged with the black tribulation cloud above the city. 2-colored tribulation cloud? The Demon Cloud City Master was shocked. 2-colored tribulation cloud will form a 3rd grade divine tribulation. Li Ying was taken aback. What? A 3rd grade divine tribulation? Who was this person? He inherited 80% of his father's divine path. Is he really a descendant of a declining god? The Demon Cloud City Master looked around and waved his hand. Let's stop for the time being. Don't disturb his breakthrough. After inheriting 80% of the divine path and becoming a god, his strength would not be much weaker than his father's. If he could recruit this descendant of a declining god, he would definitely be a powerful subordinate in the future. Seeing that the Demon Cloud City Master had taken the initiative to cherish this talent, Li Ying was a little jealous. He said, "This is not a good idea. We still have a lot to do, don't worry. The Feather Demon can't do anything to us. We are not in a hurry to attack the Sea-Watch City. Let's see how this genius who can attract 3rd grade tribulation cloud is going through the divine tribulation." The Demon Cloud City Master waved his hand. At this moment, suddenly, a snow-white majestic tribulation cloud, which exuded a terrible aura of destruction, rolled over their heads and merged with the 2-colored tribulation cloud above the Sea-Watch City. 3-colored tribulation cloud. The Demon Cloud City Master's eyes flashed. Only the descendant of a god who has inherited all the divine path will attract the 3-colored tribulation cloud. Hiss, the one who is going through the divine path must be a dragon among men. Even with the guidance of their elders, few descendants of gods could completely inherit all the divine path. However, this descendant of a declining god could integrate all the divine paths, which was simply a miracle. A trace of excitement flashed in the Demon Cloud City Master's eyes. "Hehe, this time I found a great genius." However, at this moment, the Demon Cloud City Master suddenly looked at the sky behind him, and his pupils gradually shrank to the size of a needle. He saw a green tribulation cloud rumbling. At this moment, even the Demon Cloud City Master was shocked. 4-colored tribulation cloud. How is this possible? 3-colored tribulation cloud inherited all the divine paths. 4-colored tribulation cloud surpassed the divine paths that were inherited. 4-colored tribulation cloud only existed in legends. Those who could attract 4-colored tribulation cloud were all arrogant geniuses who had dominated several eras and were superior to all the descendants of the contemporary gods. There were only a few records in the history of the demon realm, and all of them verified this statement. Because the few people recorded in the history were all demon emperors who had been dominating the world for thousands of years. Now, a descendant of a declining god showed a peerless talent comparable to the young demon emperor. Even the Demon Cloud City Master couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This kind of genius would definitely soar into the sky one day. If he could make use of this genius in his youth, then, the Demon Cloud City Master couldn't help but be excited. As a deity, he hadn't been excited by anything for a long time. After a long time, the Demon Cloud City Master couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha, 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 the heavens are on my side. I didn't expect to meet such a rare genius. Step back immediately. Don't cause any changes in the divine tribulation, which will affect him. Standing there, the Demon Cloud City Master said with a smile, when he can't stand it anymore, I will save his life. Suyu raised his head and looked at the four-colored tribulation cloud. He wasn't surprised at all. This is the most you can do to me, right? Let's see what you can do to me, Suyu murmured in a low voice as if he was talking to a mysterious being. Boom. It seemed like Suyu's words had infuriated him. The four-colored tribulation cloud surged rapidly. Then, a four-colored vortex was formed in the center of the tribulation cloud. In the center of the vortex, a demon who was covered by four-colored divine light descended slowly. Although he was a demon, he looked exactly like a human being. Suyu couldn't tell the difference between him and a human being. There was only one kind of demon who looked like a human being, the royal family of the demon race. Chapter 1231. Li Ying, who was standing aside, said in surprise, I can't believe it's the young demon emperor. The Demon Cloud City Master nodded. Right. It is said that the first-grade divine tribulation is the incarnation of the former demon emperor, which contains all the magical powers of the young demon emperor. Unless the one who is going through the divine tribulation is more powerful than the former demon emperor, he can't succeed. That's why the demon emperors of the realm of demons are more powerful than the previous one. Anyone who can pass the divine tribulation successfully will be more powerful than the former demon emperors. The young demon emperor he is facing now should be the former demon emperor when he was young. Li Ying was shocked. Can he pass the divine tribulation successfully? The Demon Cloud City Master frowned. Maybe he has a slim chance, because he is facing the former demon emperor. If he is facing the current demon emperor, he will definitely die. Li Ying was full of respect for the current demon emperor. The current demon emperor was the most powerful demon emperor in the history of the realm of demons. In the past thousands of years, no one could rival the current demon emperor. He was a peerless supreme being who could destroy the souls of deities with a single glance. No matter how powerful the one who was going through the divine tribulation was, he couldn't be compared with the current demon emperor. When the current demon emperor was going through the divine tribulation, he defeated the former demon emperor with 3 movements. I wonder whether this one can survive 10 movements from the former demon emperor. The Demon Cloud City Master said. The incarnation of the young demon emperor was at the peak of the mortal fairy level. However, the dangerous aura he emitted was much more powerful than many medium-stage prospective deities. Suyu's pupils contracted a bit. Who is this person in the royal family? How could he be so powerful? Growl. The young demon emperor roared in a low voice. His body was covered with thousands of red meridians. Suyu was quite familiar with this scene. It was the unique bloodline power of the purebred demon clan. However, the young demon emperor's whole body was red, which was much more powerful than those purebred demon clan members. Endless red energy formed a 300-meter-tall red giant on the surface of his body. Along with a low roar, a red light beam shot out from his eyes and pierced through Suyu. Swish. Suyu, who was covered with 5-colored divine light, dodged the dangerous attack. At the same time, he teleported to the shoulder of the giant. A colorful spear condensed in his palm and pierced through the giant's body with the power of assimilation. To Suyu's surprise, the energy body of the demon clan's royal family, which was also condensed by the blood-red energy, was unusually solid. The assimilation power was very difficult. It only managed to assimilate a small part of the blood-red energy, leaving only a small hole. The blood-red giant bellowed angrily, while dozens of long blood-red tentacles extended out of its body and thrust toward Suyu. Suyu immediately teleported away and thought to himself, is the royal family of the demon race so difficult to deal with? He didn't realize that he was not facing an ordinary royal member of the demon tribe, but the young demon emperor. Blood-colored tentacles were everywhere, extending to the horizon and covering the entire territory of Seawatch City, causing the heavens and the earth to fall into the color of blood. Suyu kept teleporting. The 9 Suns sword formation was enveloped by the power of assimilation. It was like 9 5-colored blazing suns were revolving around Suyu, cutting off the attacking tentacles. However, Suyu was at a complete disadvantage. From afar, it looked like a boundless blood cloud was slowly devouring a struggling moth. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't escape the fate of being devoured. Bang! Su Yu didn't have time to teleport away. His body was penetrated by a tentacle. Su Yu shouted in a low voice. At this critical moment, he activated the Five Elements Mountain to protect himself. The tentacle was bounced off the Five Elements Mountain. However, the enormous force carried by the tentacle was transmitted to Su Yu. Puff! Su Yu was seriously injured. With a groan, a crack appeared on his body, from which blood was gushing out. He is about to die. It is quite impressive that he can withstand 2 attacks from me. The Demon Cloud City Master squinted his eyes and was about to save Su Yu. However, at this moment, the colorful tribulation cloud surged again and formed an enormous vortex again. This time, a white-faced scholar of the royal family of the demon race descended slowly from the vortex. Looking at this person, Su Yu didn't know why his heart trembled and he felt deeply uneasy. The Demon Cloud City Master and Li Ying, who were watching the battle from afar, couldn't help but gasp. That is, the young demon emperor. The young supreme demon of the realm of demons had arrived. How could this be? 2 young demon emperors appeared at the same time. One of them is the most powerful supreme demon of all times. The Demon Cloud City Master widened his eyes in disbelief as he stared at Su Yu, who was surrounded by 2 young demon emperors. Then, he murmured, "This is impossible. Only one young demon emperor will appear in the first-grade divine tribulation. Why are there 2 of them here?" The former young demon emperor was powerful enough to kill Su Yu thousands of times. If the number 1 young demon emperor of all ages appeared, Su Yu would definitely die a horrible death. However, at this moment, another enormous vortex appeared in the magnificent colorful tribulation cloud. Then, a young monk who was covered by the aura of death descended slowly from the vortex. He looked calm and aloof as if he didn't belong to the realm of demons. Li Ying was stunned a bit. Who is that? Is there such a person in the royal family of the demon race? Su Yu's pupils constricted abruptly. The death deity. The familiar aura of death and the familiar silhouette were none other than the death deity of the world of divine remains. He was the only death deity who could rival the demon emperor in the galaxy. Why did this young man appear here? This is the realm of demons. The opponents created by the divine tribulations are all from the realm of demons. The death deity. Su Yu was shocked. Suddenly, an incredible thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that the death deity is? Su Yu's eyes lit up when he thought of this. It seemed he had discovered a great secret. However, the divine tribulation this time was quite amazing. 2 young demon emperors and a young death deity. Among the 3 young demon emperors, one was the number 1 demon emperor in the galaxy, the other was the death deity who could rival the demon emperor, and the last one was the former young demon emperor, who was second only to the 3 of them. In the history of the galaxy, they were the 3 most outstanding supreme beings. When they were young, they besieged a junior who was only at the peak of the all-creation realm. This divine tribulation had never happened before. Su Yu wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth as he looked at the colorful tribulation cloud which had stopped boiling. Then, he said coldly, "This is your limit, right? Then, open your eyes and take a good look." Su Yu shouted in a low voice. Then, he put his palms together and started to move his fingers. Then, a giant tree appeared behind him. The giant tree's crown was so huge that it covered everything in the world in green brilliance. At the same time, a magnificent phantom appeared behind the giant tree. The phantom had black hair and black eyes. His black cloak was fluttering in the wind. His eyes were so powerful that they could see through time and stars. 2 divine Laksana. How could this be? The Demon Cloud City Master was shocked as he stared at the 2 phantom figures in disbelief. Since ancient times, there was only one way to become a deity. Therefore, there was only one divine Laksana. There had never been 2 divine Laksana in the body of one person. Chapter 1232. The 2 divine mirages stood majestically behind Su Yu. They were shaped like pillars that supported the heavens and the earth. Su Yu's eyes flickered with a cold, icy light as he looked disdainfully at the 3 supreme youths. Come on. The unparalleled supreme beings were transformed by the ordeals, but they still retained their personalities. Su Yu was not afraid of the three of them at all. His disdainful eyes seemed to be challenging their status and glory. The 2 generations of demon emperors furrowed their brows and looked at him. The indifferent death god also looked at him strangely. Swish. The next moment, the 3 unparalleled youths teleported like streams of light, like stars streaking across the sky, leaving behind 3 magnificent trajectories between heaven and earth, and attacking Su Yu. The former demon emperor's eyes were filled with black thunderbolts, which were combined with demonic energy and thunderbolts. Su Yu didn't move at all. Instead, he locked his hands together. The shadow of the giant tree behind him was swaying. Then, 2 vines shot out from the crown of the tree as if they were teleporting. This attack was the divine path of the ancient bronze tree, which was condensed by Su Yu. Bang! The vines swept over the demonic thunder and turned it into ashes. Then, they swept over the body of the former demon emperor. The power of the divine Laksana turned the demonic thunder into ashes. A young unparalleled supreme being was defeated. In the distance, the demon cloud city master, Li Ying, and the 2 deities were all shocked. The former demon emperor was killed by a single attack. It meant the potential of the person who was going through the ordeal was no less than that of the current demon emperor. Who is he? Li Ying's voice was trembling. He didn't expect such a legendary figure who was as powerful as the young unparalleled supreme being was right in front of him. This man. I must win him over. At this moment, the demon cloud city master was trembling in fear. Such a figure would definitely become a supreme being in the future. He couldn't let anyone beat him to it. On the battlefield. Swish. The vine's momentum did not stop, sweeping through the surroundings. 2 muffled noises rang out. The figures of the current young demon emperor and the death deity were blocked by the vines. Then, their real bodies showed up. Unlike the former demon emperor who was killed, the 2 of them were safe and sound. Their eyes were cold and calm. The current demon emperor held a pitch-black bone sword in his hand. The body of the sword was filled with boundless domineering demon chi. The death god held a green dagger in his hand. It emitted a dreamy luster and a deadly aura of death. Both of them were emperor-based saint weapons. Looking at the vines that bounced back, 2 deep scars were clearly visible. Su Yu's full comprehension of the wood divine path was far inferior to the 2 supreme young men's. Compared to the previous young sovereign, they were existences on a completely different level. The young demon emperor and the young god of death dashed over again with the arrogance and coldness in their eyes. Su Yu's heart thumped uneasily, as if he was a small boat in a tsunami that could capsize at any moment. However, no matter how shaken his heart was, his gaze was as resolute as ever. Defy. Su Yu uttered one word indifferently. Only one word. However, this defiance was a defiance of injustice, a defiance of the heavens, a defiance of fate. The 10,000-foot-tall black-haired phantom lowered its head and looked at the 2 of them with disdain. Puff, puff. 2 muffled sounds rang out. The 2 supreme young men's killing intent was forcibly reversed as if they had been confronted by a defying intent that could resist the heaven and earth rules. The corners of the young supreme young men's mouth were stained with blood. However, they were more and more eager to fight. The young demon emperor held the pitch-black bone sword in front of his chest as he murmured in the ancient and obscure demon language. Then, the bone sword emitted a magnificent force that contained divine strength. The left half of the young god of death's body was illuminated by the Buddha's light. The right half of his body, which was holding the green dagger, was gloomy like a combination of a Buddha and a demon. Boom! Muffled thunders came from the tribulation cloud as if it was the horn of the final battle. Endless thunderbolts fell on the ground and penetrated the earth. The scorching magma under the ground erupted as if it had been liberated. Thunder rumbled in the sky and fire was raging. 3 supreme young men were standing between the sky and the earth. They were going to have the final battle across time and space. They moved. The young demon emperor's eyes were as cold as stars. The bone sword in his hand drew a domineering arc in the sky and swept away all the creatures in front of it. The god of death also moved. Like a ghost monk from hell, he walked in time. The dagger in his hand danced in the coldest and most ruthless way to kill Su Yu. Su Yu was surrounded by a boundless aura with the defying intent. The giant tree behind him shot out tens of thousands of vines, which covered the sky and the sun and swept across the sky. Dense clanging sounds that resembled raindrops rang out as the vines were chopped off one after another. Looking from afar, two figures could be seen piercing into the enemy's heart with irresistible force like two peerless blades. In the twinkling of an eye, the tens of thousands of vines were destroyed. The two figures approached Su Yu. The black-haired giant behind him looked at them again. The boundless defying intent swept across their bodies like an invisible river. However, the young supreme young man, who was full of fighting intent, broke through the defying intent and approached Su Yu like a small boat going against the current. At this moment, Su Yu, who had not moved his feet and remained motionless, finally moved. However, he didn't retreat. Instead, he took a step forward. When he took a step forward, his eyes emitted amazing four-colored light. 4 kinds of wonderful waves were transmitted into the void. In the sky, an incomparably huge object appeared. It was even more amazing than the giant of the bitter sea. It seemed the virtual shadow was supporting the whole world. It was like a magnificent being who could split the sky and the earth. It was an extremely vague virtual shadow, which seemed to be in the shape of a human, but only had half of its body. A huge left eye, which was about 1,000,000 square meters, was emitting a faint purple light. Half of its magnificent body was emitting a deep red color. A huge left hand, which was the color of emerald, was covering the sky and the sun. A giant left foot, which was like a pillar supporting the sky, was covered with a pale color. In this way, a horrible virtual shadow, which could devour a whole world, appeared suddenly. The 4 colors alternated, emitting a peculiar fluctuation. As Su Yu took a step forward, the virtual shadow of the boundless giant also stepped forward. All of a sudden, 4 kinds of profound meanings of the world started to flow together with Su Yu's steps, which radiated in all directions like waves. This was the full attack of the divine 9-dragon cauldron, which contained the power of time, space, soul, and life that Su Yu had comprehended. Under the powerful waves, the 2 young supreme young men were like a boat sailing against the sea. Every step they took was extremely difficult. However, Su Yu was moving faster and faster. Stepping on the waves, he dashed toward the 2 young supreme young men. 10,000 feet. 10,000 feet. 1,000 feet. He was getting closer. The 3 young supreme young men were about to collide. 10 feet. 10 feet. Boom. Boom. In the tribulation cloud, an earth-shattering thunder that shook the entire realm resounded. It was as if an unseen existence had let out a furious roar, causing the entire Jingyu domain to rumble incessantly. Countless weak lifeforms were killed by it. This sudden earth-shattering sound had covered up the earth-shattering attacks of the 3 supreme youths. No one saw the process clearly. They only saw the result. The bone sword in the young demon emperor's hand was broken into pieces. His black hair was disheveled as he stared at the broken bone sword. The young death deity's green dagger was nowhere to be seen. The Buddha's light and demonic energy in his half-demon body were disordered. Similarly, the chests of the 2 young supreme young men were pierced through, and their hearts were gone. No, they were turned into nothingness by some magnificent power. Drops of blood flowed down from the corners of the mouths of the 2 supreme young men. Their bodies were gradually disappearing in the boundless sea. The young demon emperor and the young death deity were defeated. Only one of the 4 young supreme young men who had traveled through time and space was still standing. He was the supreme king, an unparalleled king who had surpassed all the ancient supreme young men, was born under the witness of all heavens. The demon cloud city master trembled as he stared at Su Yu, who was shrouded by the tribulation cloud. He murmured, "I can't control this young man. Such an unparalleled king wouldn't belong to anyone. Even the current demon emperor was far from qualified to control him." The potential of this young man was so strong that the demon cloud city master didn't dare to touch him. Li Ying was also shocked. There was no jealousy in his heart, only admiration and shock. He didn't have the right to be jealous of such a young man. Because the young man in front of him would definitely be an unparalleled supreme young man in the future. All the young supreme young men were defeated. The tribulation cloud let out muffled sounds of dissatisfaction. However, it gradually dispersed helplessly. The divine tribulation was over. A bright shimmer fell from the dispersed tribulation cloud and disappeared into the space between Su Yu's eyebrows. From his dantian, another round of light with the star river appeared again. This was the celestial energy sphere. The second celestial energy sphere. Who could get 2 celestial energy spheres in the past? Su Yu stared at the dispersed tribulation cloud with cold light flashing in his eyes. The divine tribulation shouldn't have appeared, and the invisible will shouldn't have appeared. You can't do anything to me. I will walk up to you step by step, Su Yu said as he stared at the retreating tribulation cloud with sharp light in his eyes. In the darkness, a cold will flashed past. The divine tribulation disappeared. The soft light fell from the sky and disappeared into Su Yu's body. The primordial spirit in his body underwent a transformation, and it gradually grew from an infant to a young Su Yu's appearance. His face was young and tender, and his eyes were filled with determination. It was obvious that Su Yu was an unyielding youth in the Shenyu Prefecture's martial arts training institute. 3 realms of the mortal fairy? Su Yu was slightly surprised. Generally speaking, the primordial spirit would grow into a 3-year-old child, which meant that Su Yu's cultivation had reached the 1st realm of the mortal fairy. Then, when the cultivation reached the 2nd realm of the mortal fairy, the child would grow into an 8-year-old child. Su Yu's current primordial spirit state was the 3rd realm of the mortal fairy. Breaking through from the peak of the all creations to the 3rd realm of the mortal fairy? However, thinking about it carefully, when Su Yu was crossing the divine tribulation, he skipped the Almighty and reached the all creations directly from the fairy realm. Now it was only 3 realms, which was not too much. After all, the divine tribulation this time was a 1st-grade divine tribulation. At this moment, the primordial spirit that had grown into a teenager was no longer the condensed form of the all creation strength, but the mortal fairy strength. In front of the primordial spirit, there was a light the size of a grain of rice. Finally, he could start to stabilize the celestial energy sphere. When the mortal fairy strength was instilled into the celestial energy sphere, divine power could be born, and the divine power would further stabilize the celestial energy sphere. Chapter 1233. At the same time, the changes in Su Yu's soul were also gratifying. His soul had reached the peak of the mortal fairy, which was a level higher than his cultivation. The 5th level of the heaven's sun gazing at air automatically appeared in his mind, which was the last level recorded on the green stone slab, the soul-devouring mirror. The long-awaited 5th level had finally appeared. The soul-devouring mirror could devour the souls of living creatures to strengthen one's own soul and reach the level of a divine soul. There were 3 levels. The 1st level could devour the souls of all living creatures below the level of deities, including late-stage prospective deities. Su Yu's pupils constricted fiercely. Devour souls? Wasn't this something only the souls of deities could do? The souls contained the lifetime memories of others. If one casually merged with the souls of others, the consequence would be to lose oneself, become a mixture of many memories, and eventually become a lunatic. Only deities could erase the memories in the souls, turn them into the purest state, and then absorb them. However, the soul-devouring mirror had given Su Yu such an incredible magical power. Moreover, this was only the 1st level. The 2nd level could directly devour the souls of deities. The 3rd level could devour the souls of middle-level deities. Su Yu didn't know what a middle-level deity was, but it must be an existence above the deities. Thinking back to Yunyazi, a remnant soul was already extremely powerful. He really didn't know what level he had cultivated the soul-devouring mirror to. While Su Yu was thinking, the heaven's sun gazing at air broke through from the 4th level to the 1st small level of the 5th level. Su Yu casually glanced at it and found that his soul could easily penetrate the souls of any living creatures and clearly explore the memories hidden deep in their souls. He could also feel that he could change their memories at will, create false memories, and forcibly erase these memories, turn their souls into the purest state, and then devour them and melt them into a part of himself. Is this the soul-devouring mirror? This new feeling was very novel to Su Yu. The heaven's sun gazing at air has a total of 9 levels, and the green stone slab only recorded 5 levels. If the 5th level is so amazing, what about the next 4 levels? Suyu licked his lips slightly, extremely interested in the next 4 levels. Suyu had gained a lot from this divine tribulation. He had obtained the 2nd celestial energy sphere and cultivated to the soul-devouring mirror, opening a new path of practicing the divine path. What was even more surprising was that Xiao Chen had thought that his divinity tribulation would trigger a worldly phenomenon unique to humans, which would attract the attention of the demon world's royal family. However, judging from the divine tribulation just now, Suyu had been overly worried. In this way, there was no need to worry about attracting the attention of the royal family of the demon dimension. To put it bluntly, the gains from this tribulation had exceeded his expectations. Hihi, the ordeal is over. Next is the Demon Cloud City Master's turn, Suyu said with a cold smile on his face. Seeing that the god's tribulation was over, the Demon Cloud City Master, the other 2 deities, and Li Ying all teleported to the place where the god's tribulation was going to pass. The 4 of them still had a look of shock on their faces. Who is going through the tribulation? The Demon Cloud City Master and the 2 deities teleported to the place where the heavenly tribulation was. They saw a silver-haired young man of the demon clan standing with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at them indifferently. Although they had witnessed Suyu's battle with the book deity last time, the purple-eyed demonic god had concealed the secrets of heaven, so they had not seen the specific situation of the battle clearly. As a result, they had not seen Suyu's appearance and aura. Now, when they saw this strange demon who was not a purebred one, they were even more certain that he was the descendant of a declining deity. However, they couldn't think of any descendant of a deity who could inherit such a powerful divine path. The Demon Cloud City Master had given up the idea of taking this young man as his subordinate. Instead, he chose to befriend him. Young man, congratulations. You have reached the prospective deity level. You will become a deity soon. The Demon Cloud City Master stepped forward and cupped his fists to congratulate Suyu. His attitude was cordial. The other 2 deities had witnessed the shocking scene of Suyu going through the tribulation with their own eyes. So, they didn't think the Demon Cloud City Master was condescending to them at all. In fact, they could never be too polite to such an unparalleled supreme being. Ha, ha, congratulations, my young man. My young man, your heroic bearing when going through the tribulation is unprecedented. It is really an eye-opener for us. Suyu touched his nose with a weird look on his face. Seeing Suyu didn't respond to him, the Demon Cloud City Master said with a friendly smile, My young man, I guess you don't have any elders in this world, right? Suyu was from the Star River. So, he didn't have any elders in the demon dimension. So, he nodded his chin indifferently. The other 3 deities' eyes lit up. As expected, Suyu was the descendant of a declining deity. The Demon Cloud City Master was relieved. Then, he said with a smile, I am the Demon Cloud City Master of the Jingyu realm. Today, when I saw you going through the tribulation, I wanted to give you a hand. However, I didn't expect you would be so powerful that you don't need my help at all. However, if you need any help, I am willing to do my best to help you. Suyu said calmly, that won't be necessary. The Demon Cloud City Master didn't care about Suyu's cold attitude. Then, he said with a good temper, Heh. My young man, you are wrong. There are many deities in the demon dimension, and people are vicious. A talented person like you is bound to be envied. Moreover, you don't have any elders in this world. So, you lack protection. The other 2 city masters and I are willing to provide you with enough protection and resources during your growth period. In this way, we won't be in vain. The other 2 deities also said with a smile, what the Demon Cloud City Master said is absolutely right. People are vicious. My young man, you have to be careful. Suyu stared at them without saying anything. The Demon Cloud City Master and the other 2 deities were a bit embarrassed. They thought Suyu was really worthy of being a young supremacy. His arrogance even deities couldn't be matched by ordinary people. They didn't dislike Suyu's arrogance. Instead, they took it for granted. All of this was because Suyu had displayed a potential that made them shudder in fear. If an ordinary person dared to be indifferent to them, he would have been smashed into pieces. The Demon Cloud City Master said to himself, "It seems he is on guard against us." After making eye contact with the other two deities, the three of them nodded their heads. Heh, heh. My young man, don't be afraid. The three city masters sincerely want to make friends with you. After saying that, the Demon Cloud City Master took out a pink beast head from his sleeve. Then, he handed it to Suyu reluctantly. "This is an imitation emperor-based saint artifact that I got from a relic many years ago. It is just a small gift for you to protect yourself." After saying that, the Demon Cloud City Master sent the beast head to Suyu. Suyu was quite confused. However, he still accepted the weird pink beast head without hesitation. He would be a fool if he didn't accept the treasure given to him by the enemy with good intentions. Seeing that, the other two city masters couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then, they started to transmit messages to each other. "Hey, did you see it wrong? That is an imitation emperor-based saint artifact left by the Demon Cloud City Master to his eldest son. Once it is activated, it can confuse people's mind. Even you and I have to be careful when dealing with it. I can't believe he gave it away." Chapter 1234. The two city masters looked at each other and were secretly shocked by the determination of the Demon Cloud City Master. A second life divine artifact could be given away, which showed how determined the Demon Cloud City Master was to win over Suyu. But thinking about it, the existence of the three supreme youths was bound to be a king when he grew up. While he was still a seedling, it was far better to send charcoal in the snow than to add flowers to brocade in the future. "It seems that we can't be stingy," the Boming City Master said bitterly. If the gift was too much worse than the pink skeleton, it would be too shabby, and it would be difficult to get Suyu's favor. It would be better not to send anything. So, either he didn't send anything, or he sent something decent. But how could the two of them compare with the rich and imposing Demon Cloud City Master and offer a second life divine artifact? The Boming City Master stepped forward, endured the pain, and smiled kindly. "Little friend, it is fate that we meet, and there is nothing else to give. This is the pure great source origin that I refined after a year of retreat. After you absorb it, it will be of great benefit to stabilize the great source origin." He took out a great source origin sealed in the divine power, which was more than 10 times larger than the rice grain in Suyu's body. If it was integrated, Suyu could have a year of training left. Suyu's heart thumped, but his face remained calm and expressionless as he took it. Well, another enemy had sent a good treasure. Oh, the two city masters love my little friend so much, it makes me feel ashamed. I will give my little friend a good thing for self-defense. The Abyss City Master smiled and took out a piece of ice with great pain. In the ice was a small black insect. Looking at the insect, the eyelids of the Demon Cloud City Master and the Boming City Master twitched, revealing a little fear. The Boming City Master said, "The Abyss City Master just laughed at the Demon Cloud City Master's hard-earned capital. This old guy is really hard-earned. Even the dead soul worm can be given away. That is what he regards as a life-saving talisman." Among the three, the Abyss City Master was the most enthusiastic. The Demon Cloud City Master's face sank, and his nostrils flared, as if he was a little inferior. "Oh, what is this?" Suyu stared at the frozen pitch-black bug. The soul of the peak mortal fairy felt a little uneasy. Even the divine nine-dragon Cauldron issued a warning. Ever since he entered the galaxy, the divine nine-dragon Cauldron had never given him a warning, even when he was face-to-face with the gods. The Abyss City Lord was friendly and kind. "This is a 10,000-year-old black ice that was washed up by the sea water from the bitter sea. Sealed inside is an ancient fierce insect that is extinct in the demon realm, the dead soul worm. For some reason, it has been sealed in ice. Although 10,000 years have passed, there is still a trace of vitality left in it. If it is released, it is still extremely easy to kill the divine soul of a god." Kill the divine soul of a god? Suyu's pupils contracted slightly. This was an excellent treasure, and it was equivalent to a life-saving treasure. If he had it earlier, he would have been able to keep it here forever when the book deity attacked. "Thank you, Abyss City Master." Suyu smiled and took it without hesitation. The palm of the Abyss City Lord trembled slightly, and his heart ached. However, when he glimpsed the gloomy face of the Demon Cloud City Lord and the ugly expression of the Booming City Lord, he felt relieved. This deal was not a loss. With a smile, the Abyss City Lord cupped his hands and said, "My little friend, you might as well come to my Abyss City as a guest. In the future, I am willing to bear all the training resources, and I can also provide the most decisive security protection for my little friend. I will never let my little friend be in any danger." The Demon Cloud City Lord snorted and looked at Suyu with gentle eyes. "Haha, my Demon Cloud City is always open to my little friend. If you are willing, if there are any difficulties on the road of cultivation, I think I can still give my little friend some pointers." The Abyss City Lord was ruthless, and the Demon Cloud City Lord was even more ruthless. He directly gave pointers in the name of master and apprentice. The Booming City Lord was not willing to lag behind. "Oh, Booming City also welcomes my little friend very much. If there are any difficulties, Booming City is willing to help. Even if there are enemies of the gods who come to the door, no matter who the other party is, Booming City will settle it for my little friend." Hiss. He was even willing to make a commitment to enmity with the gods. The Booming City Lord was the most ruthless. The 3 city lords rewarded him with precious things and promised conditions that ordinary people could not resist, just to get Suyu's favor. "Ahum, I appreciate the kindness of the 3 city lords. I also want to establish a good friendship with the 3 city lords." Suyu put away the 3 treasures without blushing or skipping a beat. The eyes of the 3 city lords lit up. Finally, they waited for the words they wanted. "It's just that there may be a little difficulty," Suyu said. "What?" The 3 city lords frowned. He had received their things and received their benefits, but now he was evading them. "Oh, my little friend, if you have any difficulties, just say it. I don't think anything can affect the friendship between us and my little friend," the Demon Cloud City Lord said with a kind smile. "Yes, my little friend, just say it." The Booming City Lord and the Abyss City Lord also laughed. Suyu said, "I'm afraid that after I say it, the 3 city lords will be very unhappy." As soon as his voice fell, the Demon Cloud City Lord patted his chest boldly. "What nonsense are you talking about? We are gods, what can't we tolerate? That's right. Nothing can affect the rare fate between us today." Whoosh. It was at this moment that Li Ying finally caught up with the gods and rushed here. He was also very surprised to see what kind of person the future Supreme Being was. After appearing, he fixed his eyes on the young man who was treated with kindness and politeness by the 3 city lords. He could not help but show a respectful expression and said with a smile, "Greetings." As he spoke, his eyes focused. When Suyu's clear figure was reflected in his eyes, Li Ying's words stopped abruptly. Confusion, and doubt finally turned into a touch of surprise. How could it be you, you demon? Among the 4 people present, only he had fought with Suyu and seen Suyu's true face with his own eyes. Wait. The smiles on the faces of the 3 city lords, like flowers in the snow, suddenly froze and solidified on their faces. The Demon Cloud City Lord's eyes were like lightning as he looked at Li Ying. "Who do you think he is?" The other 2 gods also stared at Li Ying as if they wanted to eat him. Li Ying retreated in fear, swallowed his saliva, and said, "It's the U-Demon, the Sea-Watch City Lord." Boom. It was as if there were 3 remnant divine tribulations bombarding their hearts, causing them to freeze in place instantly. The Abyss City Lord's hands and feet were cold, and his lips trembled. He shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? The U-Demon is only at the peak of all creations. How could he have crossed the tribulation?" Being scolded by the gods, Li Ying was frightened and said, "It can't be wrong. I just saw him half a month ago, how could I be wrong? He is absolutely the target of our crusade, the Sea-Watch City Lord." The 3 city lords were dumbfounded and could not accept such a fact. Chapter 1235. The 3 city masters reacted, and their faces turned red. It was hard to believe what they had just heard. The 3 of them had actually given extremely precious and powerful treasures to the enemy before the battle. Yes, they were still smiling, flattering, respectful, and courteous, giving them the good things that they were reluctant to give away. This merciless and cruel reality was like a resounding slap that shook the heavens and completely slapped them in the face. Throughout the ages, there was no joke like them. You demon! You deceived us and cheated me of my dead soul worm. Give it back to me. The Abyss City Master, who had suffered the most, was livid, and his teeth were trembling. Suyu said helplessly, "How did I deceive you? I had just passed the test, and you gave me gifts with your own hands. I wondered if you were not here to punish me. I thought it was your tradition to give the enemy a large number of precious things before a crusade." The Abyss City Master was trembling with anger. Suyu's every word stung his nerves. The faces of the Demon Cloud City Master and the Boming City Master were not much better. "Kill him," the Boming City Master shouted. "Kill Suyu and take back the treasure." The Demon Cloud City Master's eyes were full of anger, and the gentleness disappeared. He suddenly realized that the one standing in front of him was not only the target of their crusade, the U-Demon, but also the future Supreme Master. Thinking of this, the Demon Cloud City Master felt a chill run down his spine. He must not be allowed to live. At this moment, the Demon Cloud City Master even forgot that the main target this time was the 9th princess. The three gods were angry, and they could frighten all the creatures in the world with a single thought. Suyu, who had obtained 2 Great Path Divine Origin, was equivalent to a half-god, and he was not afraid. "Kill me." Do the 3 city masters want to disobey the demon royal family? The royal ban prohibits all killing among the city masters. Those who violate it will be killed, Suyu said calmly. The 3 gods immediately came to their senses. Killing them was a relief, but if they attracted the royal family, they could not escape death. "We are here to punish the Sea-Watch City Master," the Demon Cloud City Master shouted righteously. Li Ying. Li Ying came forward and stared at Suyu coldly, full of murderous intentions. This kind of person was too terrible, and he must not be given any chance to grow. "I am Li Ying." He operated his divine power and transmitted his voice to the entire Sea-Watch City, attracting the attention of all creatures. The son of the previous Sea-Watch City Lord, entrusted by the Demon Cloud City Lord, the Boming City Lord, and the Abyss City Lord, announced the crimes of the new City Lord, the Feather Demon, to the world. The new City Lord, Feather Demon, has committed 2 great crimes. The first crime is to kidnap and seriously injure the 9th princess and threaten the important members of the royal family of the demon race. "We uphold the justice of heaven and earth, clean up the side of the emperor, remove the traitors, and save Her Highness." My second crime was conspiring to take over the position of Sea-Watch City Lord. My father had unfortunately passed away. According to common sense, I, as the heir, should have assumed the position of City Lord. However, he threatened Her Highness and schemed to seize the throne. The Feather Demon has committed heinous crimes and has no respect for the royal family. We, the alliance of the 3 cities, have come to rescue the king. After reading it, Li Ying stared at Suyu and shouted, "Traitor, why don't you kneel down and accept your death?" His words shook the sky and reached the ears of all living beings. They were shocked, puzzled, and deeply confused as they looked at the new Sea-Watch City Lord who had not said a word. Suyu waited for a moment and said, "Is this the reason for your crusade?" He raised his hand and the dog was thrown out of the 9-jade spiritual pearl in a daze. "Your Royal Highness the 9th Princess, your officials suspect that I am holding you hostage. You should go with them." Puppy opened its sleepy eyes, shook its head like a rattle, and wobbled into the 9-jade spiritual pearl. "Why do you want to go with them?" "I'm not going." With that, the dog glared at the 3 people of the Demon Cloud City Lord. "Wash up and go to sleep." "I am fine. I am not being held hostage." Then, her furry body went back into the 9-jade spiritual pearl. Suyu stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly, "It seems that your first major crime is not established." Looking at Li Ying, Suyu said lightly, "As for you, haha, which rule of the demon world says that the position of the City Lord must be inherited by the son of the City Lord? When Sea-Watch City was in trouble, you hid in the Demon Emperor's capital and did not come out. Now that the crisis has been resolved, you shamelessly came back to take the position of City Lord. I would like to ask the creatures of Sea-Watch City, is such a cowardly City Lord what you want?" In summary, The reason for your crusade is not established. Go back and rewrite the crusade. Su Yu waved his sleeves, causing the creatures of Seawatch City to laugh. Li Ying's face turned red, and he shouted, "Who are you calling cowardly?" "Of course it's you." Su Yu responded resolutely. "As the descendant of the gods, when your father was in trouble, you did not dare to speak up. After your father died, you did not dare to take revenge. You did not dare to seize the position of the city lord by yourself. You could only compromise like a slave, be ordered around by other city lords, and even lead outsiders to attack your own city. Even a dog has a sense of loyalty, and you are worse than a dog. To say that you are cowardly is a stain on the word cowardly." His voice shook the entire Seawatch City, and the creatures who already disliked Li Ying despised him even more. Lord City Lord is right. Look at the way he is leading the way. If not a slave, then what does he look like? Haha, this kind of spineless coward, can't he just hide in the Demon Emperor City? How dare he come back to show off? He is worse than a dog. Li Ying's face turned from red to livid, and he mocked back, "I am cowardly? Haha, a lowly character who scurries like a rat in my hands dares to call me cowardly? If I am cowardly, then what are you?" As soon as these words came out, the creatures of Seawatch City despised him even more. The son of the old city lord is really promising. A late-stage prospective deity is bullying an all creations, and yet he still thinks he is so great. Sigh, each generation is worse than the previous one. Hearing the harsh sarcasm, Li Ying sneered. "A group of ants, shut up. The demon dimension respects martial arts, and it is all about strength. His low cultivation is incompetent, so who can he blame?" His eyes turned to Su Yu, and he sneered. "No matter how amazing your potential is, you are still an ant in my eyes now. You are not qualified to call me cowardly." Swish. Li Ying broke away from the three deities and teleported away. He shouted, "On behalf of myself, I will give you some surprises first to wake you up. It is still too early for you to imagine that you are superior to all living beings." In other words, he attacked Su Yu for personal reasons, and it had nothing to do with the Subjugation Alliance. At the moment when he attacked, Su Yu's body suddenly flickered with colorful light, and he teleported away. Li Ying missed him, and his face was full of sarcasm. "Did you see that? This is your new city lord, a cowardly coward who is good at escaping. It is ridiculous that such a coward has the cheek to call others cowardly." Su Yu was indifferent, and he was not angry at all, just like last time. Sighing softly, Su Yu said, "You only think I am avoiding you, but have you ever thought that in fact, I just don't take you seriously, and I don't want to fight with you?" "You?" Li Ying laughed as if he had heard a joke. Chapter 1236. "I really don't know where your confidence comes from." Li Ying cast a pitiful look at him. "I have seen your battle during the ordeal. You are at most at the level of a middle-stage prospective deity. You probably can't even withstand one blow from me. Your mysterious confidence really makes me feel sorry for you." Swish. Li Ying's figure flickered. His voice was still drifting, but he disappeared by teleportation. When he appeared again, his cold words rang in Su Yu's ears. "Because you won't even know how you died." The divine power of a late-stage prospective deity condensed between his fingers. The purity of the divine power was not far from that of an ordinary deity. This time, Su Yu did not teleport away. Instead, he slowly extended his right palm and collided with the finger that penetrated the divine power without turning his head. There was no earth-shattering sound, only a slight muffled sound reverberating between the two. Su Yu's body was not shattered by the late-stage prospective deity Li Ying as the outsiders had imagined. The two seemed to be frozen in time, maintaining their fighting posture. After a moment, Su Yu withdrew his right palm indifferently, and a black dragon flashed by leisurely. With a soft sigh, Su Yu said, "Go in peace, although you may not even know how you died." Crack. As his voice fell, a piece of crust-like skin peeled off from Li Ying's face, and a gloomy, cold breath of death leaked out. His body had been obliterated by the breath of death, and so had his soul, leaving only an empty shell. A dignified late-stage prospective deity was destroyed by a single palm. The onlookers were all shocked. "What is the cultivation of the city master?" He seems to have just broken through the mortal fairy level. Hiss. What a domineering palm. Even if he was hit by a palm of the same level, Li Ying should be able to resist and not be killed. However, the palm of the city master killed Li Ying before he could even react. The creatures of Sea-Watch City were shocked by the amazing strength of the city master, which gradually turned into ecstasy. The stronger the city master was, the more beneficial it would be for the prosperity of Sea-Watch City. Ha ha ha. When I first heard that the city master was only an all-creations cultivator, I was really shocked. It turns out that our city master is a late-stage prospective deity. That's right. No wonder Her Royal Highness the Ninth Princess dared to entrust Sea-Watch City to him. It turns out that he has hidden his strength. That's the only explanation. Haha, what a joke. That Li Ying thought too highly of himself, and even declared that he was chasing after our city master. In the end, he was killed with a single palm strike. Speaking of which, he is the one who should be pitied. Before the battle even started, Li Ying, who was leading the way, was killed. The faces of the 3 Demon Cloud City Masters darkened. Li Ying was specially brought back by them from the Demon Emperor's capital. As the true heir of Sea-Watch City, he came to suppress the current Sea-Watch City Lord. In the end, before the war had even officially started, he was killed with a single palm strike. The 3 city lords had clearly seen that palm strike. Li Ying's death was not unjust, but extremely unjust. It was no wonder that the power of that palm was so shocking that it was more than enough to kill Li Ying. What he felt wronged was that if he had been cautious and not directly touched this palm, he wouldn't have been killed so easily. No matter what, Li Ying was dead. But because of his death, it gave them a new excuse to crusade. Treacherous traitor. The Demon Cloud City Master's eyes were like lightning, and he scolded in a stern voice, "You killed the descendants of the deities without permission, and you deserve to die 1,000 times. As deities of the Jingyu realm, we will never sit back and watch a wicked and evil person like you wreak havoc on Sea-Watch City." His words were righteous, but they were cursed by the people of Sea-Watch City. Sophistry. Li Ying, that be *starred, failed to kill someone, and was killed instead. Is our city master going to stand still and wait to be killed by him? You are the ones who are wreaking havoc on Sea-Watch City. Yes, get lost. We don't need you to meddle in the affairs of Sea-Watch City. The creatures of Sea-Watch City knew very well that once Sea-Watch City was attacked, they would definitely become the puppets of the 3 city lords. Their complaints were not worth mentioning in the eyes of the Demon Cloud City Master. He sneered and said, "A bunch of fools, I am here to save you." As he spoke, he stared at Su Yu. "In the name of Her Royal Highness, I hereby announce to the world that we are going to wage a war of justice against the Yu demon." After exchanging a look with the 2 city lords on his left and right, the 3 city lords stared at Su Yu at the same time. Unparalleled divine strength gushed out from their bodies, which pierced through the sky and killed Su Yu on the spot. The 3 of them knew very well that since things had come to this, they had to kill Su Yu, the unparalleled supreme martial artist with amazing potential. Otherwise, what awaited them in the future would be an endless nightmare. The importance of killing Su Yu had far exceeded the importance of seizing Her Royal Highness. The 3 great deities attacked at the same time, including the powerful Demon Cloud City Master who was comparable to the all-access merchant god. Su Yu was no match for them. Although he couldn't contend with them, someone else could. Bang! Bang! At the moment when the 3 of them attacked, 4 beams of divine light suddenly teleported and gave them an unexpected fatal blow from behind. They were the Luminous Moon City Master and the other 3 city lords. The Luminous Moon City Master refused to accept Su Yu's expectations and successfully invited the other 3 city lords. They were lurking at the border of their respective jurisdictions, constantly paying attention to the movements in this place, looking for the most suitable opportunity to launch a sneak attack. For this reason, they had prepared their best and most fatal moves to launch a heavy sneak attack. The sneak attack of the 4 people was far beyond the expectation of the Demon Cloud City Master and the other 3 city lords. In their expectation, even if the 4 people of the Luminous Moon City Master and the other 3 city lords didn't dare to come and help, they would never hinder them. However, they were more than just obstacles. They were simply waiting to give them a fierce blow from behind. The Demon Cloud City Master reacted first. He recalled the divine strength he had shot out and turned around to attack the sneak attack from behind. With a dull groan, the sneak attacker was beaten back, leaving a lot of divine blood on the ground. It was the Luminous Moon City Master, whose mouth was full of blood. However, a blood-red bone needle in the palm of the Luminous Moon City Master had successfully pierced into the palm of the Demon Cloud City Master. A mass of blood-red mark was spreading on the palm of the Demon Cloud City Master. The god-destroying poison? The Demon Cloud City Master was furious. However, he dared not be careless. So, he suppressed the deadly poison immediately. The Luminous Moon City Master covered his chest and coughed out several mouthfuls of divine blood. Then, he said with a mocking smile, "Heh, heh. No wonder you are the #1 city lord of the Jingyu realm. You could still injure me when you were poisoned by the god-destroying poison. However, you won't be able to escape today." Ah! 2 screams were heard one after another. The Boming City Master and the Abyss City Master failed to react in time like the Demon Cloud City Master. They were attacked by the other 3 City Masters. Their divine bodies were directly smashed, and only their divine souls escaped. They were the Baiyu City Master, the Lingshan City Master, and the Fansai City Master. They did not chase after the 2 divine souls who had escaped. Instead, they stood side by side with the Luminous Moon City Master and the Demon Cloud City Master. Deep Breath, who had lost his body, was not a problem. The Demon Cloud City Master was their biggest problem. Fansai City Master, how dare you? The Demon Cloud City Master's eyes were filled with anger. Before this, the Fansai City Master was on his side. The Fansai City Master said calmly, "The Luminous Moon City Master promised enough benefits." Well, more than you promised. There was no unchanging relationship between friend and foe. Only interests were eternal. Good. Good. None of you can leave today, the Demon Cloud City Master shouted angrily. Boom. His body erupted with a terrifying demonic aura. He stared at the Luminous Moon City Master angrily. Do you think you can defeat me with the god-destroying poison? Die. He teleported with a thought and transformed into a giant demonic body that was 10,000 feet tall. The Luminous Moon City Master and the other 3 City Masters looked grave. Even though the Demon Cloud City Master was poisoned, they did not dare to be careless. They transformed into their hideous demonic bodies. 5 giant creatures were fighting in the sky above the Sea-Watch City. They destroyed mountains and rivers and affected the Great Way Law. As a result, the stable cavern world of the demonic realm showed signs of cracking. The Demon Cloud City Master was indeed the top city master in the Jingyu realm. Even though he was poisoned and only had 70% of his strength, his combat power was still amazing. He was not at a disadvantage under the siege of the 4 City Masters. However, the 4 City Masters were determined to kill the Demon Cloud City Master. They were even more determined to kill him when they saw his terrifying strength. If they let the Demon Cloud City Master go today, he would have endless troubles in the future. Don't show any mercy, the Luminous Moon City Master shouted. He took out his most powerful demonic artifact and launched a powerful killing move at the expense of his divine power. The other 3 City Masters did not dare to delay and attacked with all their strength. At this moment, the battle between the 2 sides finally changed. The Demon Cloud City Master was bombarded by the 4 City Masters. His divine body was shaking, and cracks that were dozens of feet wide appeared on his body. Countless drops of divine blood were scattered in the air. It was a spectacular scene. As time went by, the Demon Cloud City Master's injuries became more and more serious. His divine body was on the verge of collapse. However, the 4 City Masters were also in a very difficult situation. The Fansai City Master's divine body was smashed by the Demon Cloud City Master, and his divine soul was destroyed by the Demon Cloud City Master. The Fansai City Master was dead. The Baiyu City Master and the Lingshan City Master were also seriously injured. They could not recover without a few decades of recuperation. Even the Luminous Moon City Master was seriously injured. And this was because the Demon Cloud City Master was poisoned first. He is dying. Let's attack together, the Luminous Moon City Master shouted. The situation was clear. The Demon Cloud City Master would die today. The 3 City Masters rushed forward and gave the Demon Cloud City Master a final blow. The Demon Cloud City Master smiled bitterly and stared at Su Yu angrily. "You demon! I will not let you go." Although there was no evidence, the 4 City Masters had sided with Su Yu. It must be Su Yu's doing. He regretted not believing the book deity's words. The young man in front of him was a horrible existence that he could not afford to give him any chance. With a flip of his hand, he could summon clouds and rain. With a single thought, he could turn the world upside down. Swoosh! The 10,000-foot-tall demonic body rose into the sky. He was about to escape. "Where do you think you are going?" The luminous Moon City Master could not let the Demon Cloud City Master escape. He immediately chased after the Demon Cloud City Master with the other 2 City Masters. The Demon Cloud City Master was an arrow at the end of its flight. He could not escape the ultimate attack of the 3 City Masters. Rumble. However, at that moment, thunder rumbled in the sky all of a sudden. An enormous demonic cloud came over the Sea-Watch city like a tsunami. The demonic cloud exuded an extremely solemn and brutal murderous intention. Su Yu was shocked by the brutal aura. The demon clan. Su Yu's pupils shone with a strange light. This brutal aura was the unique aura of the demon clan. After entering the demonic dimension, the demon clan that he saw and came into contact with was not the bloodthirsty demon clan in the Star River. Su Yu once wondered if the demon clan in the Star River did not come from the demonic dimension. However, the brutal aura coming from the demonic cloud made Su Yu's eyes turn cold. The demonic dimension was indeed the ruler of the Star River. Su Yu's last hope was extinguished. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness. The brutal aura radiated in all directions. Many creatures retreated in fear. Chapter 1237. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. Where was the holy magic hall? A young demon appeared from the billowing demonic cloud. He looked like he was in his 30s with a ferocious look. He was a purebred demon. Different from the ordinary purebred demons, the horns on his head were slightly red, and the surface of his body was also blood red. This kind of demon was very similar to the demonic body of the glittering jewel demonic god. A blood-red demonic god. Behind the young man, there were also blood-red devil race bodies standing in succession. All of them exuded a terrifying aura of brutality, as if they were wild beasts that could pounce on people at any time. It was very unsettling. The luminous Moon City Master and the other 2 people slowed down and didn't dare to chase after them. They could only watch the Demon Cloud City Master enter the demonic cloud. The blood-red youth, who was the leader, looked at the retreating luminous Moon City Master and the other 2 people regretfully. What a pity. The luminous Moon City Master trembled. His face was gloomy and fearful. If they had lost their minds and rushed into the demonic cloud just now, it would be regarded as an attack on the Holy Magic Hall. Then, their fate would be to be eaten by the monsters of the Holy Magic Hall. They shuddered when they heard the word pity. "I'm taking him away," the blood-red demonic god said. He didn't take the people present seriously at all. He glanced over the 3 city masters and fixed his eyes on Su Yu. As for you, his words were filled with coldness. "Follow me to the Holy Magic Hall and wait for your punishment." On the demonic cloud, the Demon Cloud City Master's lips curled into a vicious smile. The Holy Magic Hall was the supreme existence above the 9 realms. The most powerful deities in the demon dimension only listened to the orders of the Demon Emperor. Their existence was to expand and invade the outside world. They were responsible for suppressing rebellions. They were extremely terrifying and bloodthirsty existences. Anyone who was brought into the Holy Magic Hall by them could never come out alive unless the Demon Emperor gave the order. Su Yu had no chance of surviving this time. He would most likely become the food of the monsters of the Holy Magic Hall. If possible, the Demon Cloud City Master didn't want to ask for help from the people in the Holy Magic Hall. Once that happened, he would have to join the Holy Magic Hall. However, Su Yu had forced him into a desperate situation. He had no choice but to ask the Holy Magic Hall for help. "What's the reason?" Su Yu asked calmly when everyone was dead silent. The reason is that I am a general of the Holy Magic Hall, and I have the authority to investigate a mere city lord like you. The blood-red demonic god said indifferently. Su Yu was unmoved, and he calmly said, in other words, this is your personal will, and no one gave you any orders. The blood-red demonic god squinted his eyes. He had thought that he would be able to scare Jiang Yi easily. He did not expect Jiang Yi to be a calm lad. Without the Demon King's order, he indeed did not have the authority to capture a city lord. Humph. If you say another word, I will tear your mouth apart. The blood-red demonic god snorted coldly. Come with me. I will say this one last time. This person's aura was overbearing and domineering. None of the deities present dared to speak up for Su Yu. The Holy Magic Hall was undoubtedly a huge rock that pressed down on everyone's hearts, making it hard for them to breathe. At this moment, the 9-jade spiritual pearl flickered, and Puppy appeared. It stared at the blood-red demon god, and there was a tinge of fear in its eyes. How dare you? He is my city lord. If you want to kill him, you have to ask me first. The 9th princess shouted. The blood-red demonic god stared at Puppy with contempt. Oh! The 9th princess. Even if you were at your peak, you would be worthless in front of the Holy Magic Hall, much less now that you are severely injured. The number of princes and princesses who have died in the Holy Magic Hall is not just 1 or 2. Puppy shrank its neck. It was a little afraid of the Holy Magic Hall. This was a bloody organization that stood above all the princes and princesses. If any of the princes and princesses had the intention of rebelling, they could kill them. This was a knife that hung over the necks of all the creatures in the demonic dimension. He stared at Su Yu, looking down on everything. If I want you to leave, you can't scram. If I want you to scram, you can't lie down. Although the demonic dimension is vast, there is no one that I can't control. Not even the demon princess can save you. It's useless no matter who comes. As soon as he finished speaking, an endless fragrance wafted in from all directions. A chilly intent floated over. Is that so? Even I can't. Swish. 2 beams of divine light fluctuated and suddenly teleported, revealing 2 silhouettes. One was the purple-eyed demonic god who had gone to the demon emperor's capital for a month. In front of him was a beautiful woman in a fluttering, colorful dress. Her expression was cold, and her appearance was exactly the same as a human's. No, judging from her breath, she was a human. Princess Yunxia? The blood-red demonic god's pupils constricted upon hearing that. The first maid of the princess, Kaylin, the princess's maid. Su Yu was surprised. The arrogant look on the face of the blood-red demonic god was replaced with a solemn look. You want to meddle in my business? Kaylin's expression was cold. First, you left the capital without orders and detained the city master without permission. I will report this to the princess, and she will ask the demon emperor to judge you. Upon hearing that, the blood-red demonic god's body trembled slightly. He stared at Kaylin with an uncertain expression. Second, it's not me who wants to meddle, it's the princess. The blood-red demonic god was taken aback. What? The princess, she. Looking at Su Yu, the blood-red demonic god's face was full of shock and disbelief. Princess Yunxia had specially sent her first maid to care about a small city master. What kind of esteemed status did Princess Yunxia have? The Demon Cloud City Master gasped in horror. He knows Princess Yunxia? The Luminous Moon City Master and the others also widened their eyes. Their throats seemed to be blocked by something, and they couldn't speak. If the Demon Emperor was the strongest, then Princess Yunxia would be the first person in power. The Demon Emperor had been in isolation for a long time, and all the affairs of the demonic dimension were handled by Princess Yunxia on his behalf. Some people secretly claimed that Princess Yunxia was the real Demon Emperor of the demonic dimension, a female demon empress. No one expected that the Sea-Watch City Master, who was born as a commoner, would be recognized by Princess Yunxia. Puppy's eyes were wide open, and she was deeply shocked. She realized that she couldn't see through Su Yu at all. How could he, a person outside the demonic dimension, know a terrifying woman like Princess Yunxia? Kaylin said indifferently, why don't you get lost? The blood-red demonic god's cheeks squirmed, and his expression no longer changed. Instead, he turned around and shouted, "Go!" He didn't hesitate at all, and he didn't even care about Suyu. It was clear that he feared Princess Yunxia very much. The crisis of a great war disappeared without a trace. Suyu's mood was a bit complicated. It seems that the fairy Yunxia that Tian Jizi is looking for is the demon emperor's wife. From Tian Jizi's last words, he could hear his friendship with the fairy Yunxia. But if Tian Jizi knew that the person he loved had become the woman of the demon emperor, would he be willing to let Suyu continue to pass on the message? "You demon, the princess ordered you to go to the demon emperor's capital as soon as possible. She wants to see you." Kaylin showed a little tenderness. Suyu recovered from his daze and nodded. "I understand. After dealing with the matters of the Jingyu realm, I will go to the demon emperor's capital immediately." Kaylin nodded slightly and cast a kind look. When she glanced at the luminous Moon City Master and the others, her eyes became cold. "Before the Yu demon goes to the demon emperor's capital, you will be responsible for his safety. After that," she added, "this is also the princess's order." The luminous Moon City Master and the others trembled violently and immediately bowed. "We will obey." The princess had personally ordered them to protect Suyu, which showed how much she loved Suyu. Just what kind of relationship did they have? Why was the Princess Yunxia, who was known for her iron fist, so protective of Suyu? When Kaylin left, the luminous Moon City Master and the other 3 city masters came over with a look of fear. "Luminous Moon City Master, now that the hidden danger in the Jingyu realm has been eliminated, you can issue an edict to take charge of the Jingyu realm on behalf of the princess." Suyu fulfilled his promise. The luminous Moon City Master smiled bitterly. If it weren't for the appearance of Princess Yunxia's maid, he would not only take charge of the Jingyu realm but also eliminate Suyu. He also saw the scene of Suyu's tribulation just now. This kind of person, if he couldn't be a friend, he couldn't be an enemy. And the relationship between them was difficult to be friends. But at this moment, how dare he? He took out the edict and returned it with both hands. "I am seriously injured, and I am afraid it is not convenient for me to control the Jingyu realm. It is better for the Sea-Watch City Master to give orders on behalf of the princess." "You take it," Suyu said firmly. His ambition was not in the Jingyu realm, but the Holy Magic Hall. That was the real threat to the creatures of the Xing River. "You also heard that the princess and I can't stay in the Jingyu realm for a long time. The Jingyu realm cannot be without a master for a day. Before the princess recovers from her injury, you will take charge of it," Suyu said as if he was giving an order. The luminous Moon City Master had no objection to this and said respectfully, "Yes." Finally, Suyu looked at the purple-eyed demonic god and said, "Thanks to the purple-eyed demonic god, you really handed the letter to the princess. Without you, the consequences would be unimaginable." The purple-eyed demonic god's eyes flickered with surprise. Princess Yunxia had a total of 9 maids. The 9 maids often went out to handle affairs on her behalf. Only the first maid stayed by her side all year round and almost never went out. But this time, she made an exception for Suyu, which really surprised the purple-eyed demonic god. Princess Yunxia's attention to this person was unusual. "Little friend, you have hidden your strength well." "I am just an errand boy," the purple-eyed demonic god said thoughtfully. Suyu cupped his hands and did not explain. The rebellion in the Jingyu realm had been quelled, but the book deity behind the scenes was still at large. His eyes flashed slightly, and the purple-eyed demonic god said, "Little friend, shouldn't the book deity be dealt with as soon as possible? He has stirred up the Jingyu realm with his schemes. If he escapes, the consequences will be no small matter. No need to go, it is already too late." Suyu shook his head. Based on Suyu's understanding of the book deity had already escaped when he saw the situation was not right. It was impossible for him to stay. However, the purple-eyed demonic god still went to investigate. In a secret room with the residual scent of the book deity, there was no trace of the book deity, but a communication jade pendant was left. When the jade pendant was presented to Suyu, Suyu was slightly surprised. "The book deity left a message for me. This is not like his style. This person prefers to attack from behind and will not leave his traces easily." After checking the jade pendant and making sure there was no trap, Suyu crushed it. Alien, do you want the book deity? He is in my hands. Why don't we talk about it? Whether we come to an agreement or not, his life is at your disposal. Suyu was shocked. The book deity had been taken away. The purple-eyed demonic god's purple eyes seemed to be probing something, but all matters related to the book deity were blocked by an unfathomable vortex. Little friend, the origin of the person who attacked you is unknown, and his motive for meeting you is unclear. It is best not to meet him. Suyu's eyes narrowed, and after a while, he stood up slowly. This person's motive for meeting me is indeed unclear, but as for his identity, I have some guesses. Suyu's eyes flashed. He knows that I am under the protection of the princess, but he still dares to ask me to meet him. This person must have something important to discuss with me. 3 days later, Suyu left the Sea-Watch city alone and came to the border between the Jingyu realm and the Jingxian realm. The bamboo forest here was lush, and a graceful girl in a purple dress was leaning gracefully on a dark green bamboo. Her beautiful figure was slightly tilted, outlining her graceful and beautiful figure clearly. She was holding a demonic book and reading it attentively. Chapter 1238. The visitor was naturally Suyu. Looking at the delicate and beautiful girl in front of him, Suyu said lightly, "Thanks to the sixth princess, we meet again in the demon realm." The person who asked him to meet was none other than the sixth princess. When you transform into a demon, you are still a handsome mess. I can't help but feel sorry for you. The sixth princess laughed. Suyu was unmoved, and the expression on his face did not change. You are so expressionless, and you really disappoint my admiration. The sixth princess giggled. Suyu said lightly, I don't think a woman who sent the book deity to catch me has any real admiration for me. Very much. The sixth princess said with a smile, you can be so valued by Princess Yunxia, you want me to admire you as much as you want. Suyu stared deeply at the sixth princess. You really came for Princess Yunxia. Before this, the sixth princess was only interested in Suyu because of his ability to reverse the demonization. Now, her interest lies in the relationship between Suyu and Princess Yunxia. Of course, part of it is for your own good, the sixth princess said, pausing before saying, do you know what kind of woman Princess Yunxia is? Regarding her, Suyu naturally tried his best to inquire about her in the past 3 days. She came to the demon realm more than 100 years ago, was favored by the demon emperor, and married as a princess. She was extremely favored by the demon emperor, and her status was far above the other princesses and even the queen. Almost all the affairs of the demon emperor were handed over to her, and she also showed extraordinary governance methods. Her methods were strong and ruthless, and the 9 demon princes and princesses of the demon realm were submissive. The city lords of all the realms were also suppressed by this woman, and they were in awe of her. Even the Holy Magic Hall, a terrorist organization full of monsters, was neatly cleaned up by Princess Yunxia. Looking at the demon realm, no one dared to disrespect her. Capable and decisive, and her methods are brilliant and ruthless, Suyu said. The sixth princess said, well, it's about the same as I thought. That's all the information you can find out. Oh. Suyu raised his eyebrows slightly. Listening to the sixth princess, it seemed that she had something else to say. In the eyes of the devil realm creatures, she is a powerful queen, but in the eyes of us princes and princesses, do you know what kind of role she is? The sixth princess came over, her slender figure swaying in the bamboo forest. Suyu turned a blind eye to her flirtatious behavior, and calmly said, what does it matter to me what kind of person she is? Yes. That's because it's very likely that you won't be able to return. Suyu's gaze turned grave, but his expression remained calm. Are you threatening me? I'm not threatening you, but you really can't come back. Princess Yunxia definitely does not have good intentions towards you. The sixth princess enunciated clearly, and her purple pupils were full of seriousness. Suyu was silent. He had never thought that passing a message for Tian Jizi would earn him the love of Princess Yunxia. At the end of the day, he was just a mouthpiece, not worth mentioning. However, Suyu didn't quite believe that Princess Yunxia had bad intentions towards him. Maybe you don't know yet, But in addition to the first maid, the second, third, and fourth maids have actually come to the Jingyu realm, including Cai Lin, who left. The first maid did not go back, but stayed at the border of the Jingyu realm with the other maid. Cai Lin did not leave. Su Yu's eyes narrowed. Hihi, why do you think the 4 maids surrounded the Jingyu realm in 4 directions? I guess it's not to stay to enjoy the scenery, right? Suddenly, Su Yu was deeply vigilant. They were guarding against Su Yu leaving. If Princess Yunxia only wanted to know what Tian Jiz's message was, why would she do this? She must have other plans. Su Yu subconsciously clenched his right palm, and his heart trembled. Could it be the Milky Way star sand? Tian Jizi had the Milky Way star sand, and Princess Yunxia might have known about it. Now that he was looking for her, she would have guessed whether the Milky Way star sand would be with Su Yu. And to be on the safe side, she was worried that Su Yu would hide the Milky Way star sand elsewhere, so she did not use forceful means, but used gentle means to make Su Yu let down his guard. This was very similar to the means that Princess Yunxia often used in the record. Thinking back to himself, if the 6th princess had not suddenly invited Su Yu and reminded him of the mysterious movements of the 4 maids, he really would not have been vigilant. It seems that you finally understand. The 6th princess giggled. In fact, I'm also very curious. That woman has sent her 4 most capable maids to keep an eye on you. To be honest, apart from my eldest brother, you are the first one who has had this kind of treatment. The first prince inherited the demon emperor's divine path and was likely to surpass his father in the future. It was normal for the princess to be wary of him, but it was extremely unusual for an outsider like Su Yu, who had no impact on her status, to be so guarded against. After a moment of silence, Su Yu said in a low voice, "So, in the eyes of the princes and princesses, what kind of person is she?" "A usurper." The 6th princess uttered 3 words full of murderous intent. Su Yu laughed. "With the power of the demon emperor, who can usurp the throne? No, you underestimate the cruelty of this woman." There was both hatred and fear in the eyes of the 6th princess. "It is true that she can't touch my father, but it is easy to shake the princes and princesses like us." Su Yu rolled his eyes and said in surprise, "You mean, she wants to get rid of all the princes and princesses, so that the position of the demon emperor will have no heir?" "Yes." The 6th princess said, "That is what she intends to do, and that is what she has done. She took advantage of my father's retreat for hundreds of years to arrange all the means to suppress the 9 princes and princesses. On the surface, we 9 princes and princesses still infest this piece of land in the demon realm, but you should have seen what happened to the 9th princess. After she was killed, did any of the city masters stand up for her?" "No." The 6th princess said, "Because in the past 100 years, Princess Yunxia has used iron-blooded means to tell all the city masters that she is the ruler of the demon realm, not the princes and princesses of each fief." Su Yu nodded secretly. The experience of Puppy was indeed cited as evidence. "She has successively deprived us of the power of the princes and princesses. Apart from the right to appoint the city masters, we do not have much jurisdiction over the various city masters, so the city masters are not afraid of us at all. If these means are considered mild, then a new rule that she has promulgated will certainly explain your doubt. Why do the Demon Cloud City Master and even the Luminous Moon City Master and others have such courage to hold Her Royal Highness hostage and prepare to command the world? Are they not afraid of the wrath of the royal family? I think you must have wondered about this question." Su Yu nodded solemnly. Indeed, he had thought about this question. He dared to hold Puppy hostage because he did not intend to stay in the demon realm for a long time. Once the incident happened, he could just run away. However, the Demon Cloud City Master and others were rooted in the demon realm. How could they not fear the wrath of the royal family? That's because she has promulgated a rule that any city master can seize the position of the realm master by virtue of his own ability. It is said to promote the efforts of many city masters, but in fact, it is to deprive us of the special power of the princes and princesses. So, if there is an attack between the city masters, the royal family will definitely investigate. However, if there is an attack between the city masters and the princes and princesses, it is in line with the rules, and the royal family will not intervene. This is why any city master dares to dream of holding the emperor and ordering the princes and princesses. This rule is only known by the deity-level city masters and the princes and princesses. It is reasonable that you do not know about it. Taking a deep breath, the sixth princess's cold purple eyes stared deeply at Su Yu. This is the Princess Yunxia in the eyes of the princes and princesses, an ambitious woman who wants to destroy us. Su Yu pondered. So far, she has only suppressed you, and I can't see the intention to get rid of you. Oh, that's because you don't know the existence of the bitter sea sacrifice. The sixth princess's eyes showed fear. The bitter sea sacrifice? What was that? This is a new rule that she secretly promulgated 10 years ago. Because the bitter sea continues to erode the demon realm continent, this woman used the order of my father, who was in isolation, to open the bitter sea sacrifice every 10 years, sacrificing a prince or princesses to the giant of the bitter sea in order to slow down the erosion of the bitter sea. In history, there have indeed been cases where members of the royal family were dragged into the bitter sea, and the bitter sea stopped the erosion. Her statement is still reasonable, but the bitter sea is not terrible enough to devour all the demon realm continents. If the sacrifice is not to destroy us, what is it? At the rate of once every 10 years, in less than 100 years, the princes and princesses would all be destroyed. First, the influence of the princes and princesses was weakened, so that they lost the power to call on all the gods to resist. Finally, the dagger was revealed, and they were so vicious that they were sacrificed to the giant of the bitter sea one by one. Su Yu couldn't help but think of these words. The most vicious woman's heart. Even Su Yu shuddered in fear. Was Princess Yunxia such a vicious woman? Then why don't you complain to the demon emperor? Su Yu said. The sixth princess smiled bitterly. Father's retreat does not allow anyone to visit, and the same goes for us princes and princesses. What about the last time the demon emperor made a move to save you and the seventh prince from the hands of the god of death? The sixth princess said, that was father's projection, not his real self. It disappeared in a flash, and there was no time for us to complain. The 10-year period is up, and the weakest prince and princess among us will be sent to be sacrificed. Whoever resists will be killed by the holy magic hall. We, the princes and princesses, are no longer the glorious existences high above us, but livestock that are kept in captivity and have no power to resist. After listening, Su Yu couldn't help but touch his nose. It was the first time that the princes and princesses had been sacrificed like this. This was simply too tragic. Then why did you come to me? Just to remind me not to see her? The sixth princess shook her head, her eyes focused on Su Yu, full of ardent hope. No, I hope you can help me with something. You want me to kill her? Su Yu said. If that was the case, he could only sneer. How could he deal with Princess Yunxia, who was so powerful and influential? No. The sixth princess shook her head and looked at Su Yu. You elope with me. Chapter 1239. P.S. Here is today's update, and by the way, I want to pull votes for the Chijian 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and the voting also gives some coins. Did I misunderstand something? Su Yu said in amazement. The sixth princess shook her head. No, you didn't misunderstand. My request is literal. Elope with me and leave the demon realm. With such a turn of events, Su Yu was confused. After returning to his senses, Su Yu murmured, although you princes and princesses are bullied, it shouldn't be difficult to escape from the demon realm, right? Last time, she and the seventh prince reached the Xing River through the 9 demons' god-sealing ring. It is not difficult to leave the demon realm, but it is extremely difficult to avoid the holy magic hall. The sixth princess offered a drop of demon god blood on her fingertips. Compared with the ordinary demon god blood, it contained a unique royal aura. As long as I have half of the royal bloodline, no matter where I escape, the holy magic hall can find me. The fate of the princes and princesses who escaped the demon realm in the past explains everything. So, if I elope with you, the holy magic hall won't find out. The sixth princess looked at Su Yu's right hand. Yes. You can reverse the demonization of the all-access merchant god, and you must have separated my demon god blood. If you can also separate the aura of my royal family, it will be difficult for the holy magic hall to find me. No wonder the sixth princess and the seventh prince were willing to risk offending the god of death to grab Su Yu. They probably speculated on the role of the Milky Way star sand. Su Yu fell into deep thought. After a conversation, he learned that the seemingly prosperous interior of the demon realm was dangerous. The demon emperor was in seclusion, and Princess Yunxia held the power of the demon realm and killed the princes and princesses of the demon realm. Man proposes but God disposes, and the situation was far beyond Su Yu's expectations. How about it? As long as you are willing to help me, I am willing to give myself to you and be your partner. My beauty is the best in the demon realm, and my strength is second only to the eldest prince among the princes and princesses. If I stay with you, I can protect you until you become a god. The sixth princess came over, her slender and exquisite body gently leaned in Su Yu's arms, and the corners of her mouth evoked a charming smile. Su Yu calmly raised the mortal fairy's strength and shook it off. Then, he said indifferently, you don't have to suppress the disgust in your heart and force a smile. The sixth princess's smile froze. Indeed, as a demon, she was born to despise the creatures of the galaxy. Marrying someone who was not a demon was indeed disgusting to her. So what is your decision? The sixth princess stared at Su Yu's eyes and asked expectantly. Sorry, I refuse. Su Yu looked at the sixth princess lightly. My intuition tells me that you are not trustworthy. There were too many loopholes in the sixth princess's words. The simplest example was, why did her attitude change so much? A month ago, she had sent the book deity to capture him. Now, she was compromising and would rather surrender herself to Su Yu. Something must have happened. Farewell. Su Yu turned around. The Purple Eye City Master and the Luminous Moon City Master appeared abruptly and escorted Su Yu away vigilantly. As for the book deity whom he had previously promised, Su Yu didn't ask, but he already had some guesses. Watching Su Yu leave, the sixth princess bit her silver teeth, and a gloomy color flashed in her eyes. She said coldly, "It seems that your strategy didn't work." Dada, a pale middle-aged man, who was no longer as elegant as before, stepped out of the bamboo forest. Who else could it be but the book deity? Where did he show the slightest sign of being caught? It's reasonable that he didn't agree. If it were anyone else, they would doubt the sixth princess's intentions. The book deity didn't care. It was indeed the book deity who plotted behind the scenes. Humph. If it weren't for Princess Yunxia, who sent 4 maids to protect him, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. I would have just caught him and taken away the ability in his right palm. The sixth princess recalled that she had thrown herself into his arms and felt disgusted. What she had just said was 70% true and 30% false. The ambition of Princess Yunxia and the situation of the princes and princesses were not empty words. The princes and princesses had reached the moment of life and death. They were all secretly accumulating strength and preparing to launch a coup. Before the sacrifice of the bitter sea arrived, they would fight desperately. She launched a surprise attack and assassinated the 9th princess, who was ignorant and the least scheming, in order to have more powerful forces in the coup. In the eyes of outsiders, the 6th princess killed her sister in order to compete for the throne. Only she knew that she was just saving her own life. As for sacrificing her sister, what feelings were there between the royal families of the demon race? She used the book deity strategy to include Su Yu in her pocket. The purpose was to give herself a way out. In case the coup failed, she could use Su Yu's ability to eliminate the power of the royal bloodline and avoid being tracked by the Holy Magic Hall. She hated that Su Yu's will was firm. She was willing to give herself to him, but he was unmoved. The book deity was also very regretful. If Su Yu had turned to the 6th princess, he had 100 ways to kill him silently. This matter needs to be considered at length. The 6th princess exhaled deeply. Once the coup is launched, it will be irreversible. If it fails, there is only a glimmer of hope to escape to the galaxy. The royal breath in my bloodline is a big hidden danger after all. A trace of bitterness and helplessness bloomed between her lips. Sea-Watch City Mansion. Su Yu had been practicing silently for 3 days, stabilizing the 3 realms of the mortal fairy that had just broken through. 1 day later. The purple-eyed demonic god quietly came to Suyu's place. How is it? Suyu opened his eyes and looked around vigilantly. The purple-eyed demonic god's face was sullen. The sixth princess is right. You have really been surrounded. The 4 maids of Princess Yunxia are guarding the north, south, east, and west of Seawatch City. It is almost impossible to escape without alarming them. In addition, about the sacrifice of the bitter sea, it is true. Furthermore, according to the last time, the person chosen at random to be sacrificed should be the 6th princess. It is no wonder that she is so impatient in her actions, vainly attempting to annex the Jingyu realm and grasp greater power. She is truly anxious. Sure enough. Suyu's heart was heavy. Although the 6th princess was not kind to him, Princess Yunxia seemed to be determined to get the Milky Way star sand. Tianjaizi, you really left me with a huge task. Suyu murmured. If he did not bring the message, he would not be able to fully control the Milky Way star sand and wake up the sleeping tree god. But if he did, the Milky Way star sand would be taken away by Princess Yunxia, and he would not be able to keep his life. Now that the 4 maids are watching, you can't delay for too long. Otherwise, Princess Yunxia will lose her patience and directly detain you to the Demon Emperor. At that time, everything will be too late. Little friend, you still need to plan early. Suyu's eyes flashed slightly. Going to the Demon Emperor now must be a suicide mission, but if you go too late, time is tight, and some plans need to be arranged in advance. Pass down the order. Her Royal Highness the 9th Princess has returned and invited all the princes and princesses to a banquet. Suyu pondered for a while, his eyes flashed, and he wrote 8 letters, each stamped with the jade seal of the 9th princess. The purple-eyed demonic god was slightly surprised. Is the 6th princess also invited to a banquet? Please. Suyu said. The purple-eyed demonic god realized the seriousness of the matter, and the situation was extraordinarily serious. He immediately held 6 letters and sent them everywhere. After he left, Suyu summoned Qian Jun. Have you found the early quasi-gods who were detained by Li Ying? Suyu asked. Since the Demon Cloud City was pacified, Qian Jun was responsible for taking over the affairs of the Demon Cloud City, and looking for those loyal early quasi-gods was also part of the task. I have lived up to your expectations, my lord, and have found them. Suyu nodded. Well, there are a total of 100 of them, and 30 of them will be at your disposal. From now on, they will hide in the demon realm and never come out. Ah, my lord, what are you doing? Qian Jun was shocked. Suyu said, maybe, I will leave the demon realm soon and return to the Xing River. You lead them to stay in the demon realm, lurk, and secretly inquire about the news of the demon realm. The situation had changed dramatically, and Suyu had to plan early. My lord, I am willing to leave the demon realm with you, Qian Jun said. Suyu had given him a new lease of life, and it was worth following. Oh, the role of inquiring for me is incomparable to several gods. In the demon realm, there are not many people I can trust, and you are one of them. This matter can only be handed over to you. Suyu patted him on the shoulder. After I leave, the affairs of the demon realm will be entrusted to you. Qian Jun was moved and solemnly bowed. Yes, I will not disappoint you. Not long after, he and Shaw led 30 carefully selected prospective gods and disappeared from Seawatch City. Their movements naturally could not be hidden from the eyes of the 4 deity maids outside the city. However, a group of prospective gods was comparable to ants in their eyes. They were not worth paying attention to, so they did not care. Leaning on the seat of the city master, Suyu was lost in thought. Puppy had come out at some point and was lying at Suyu's feet. Her bright dog eyes were curiously looking at Suyu. After pacifying the Jingyu realm, Suyu, who could have really become the actual ruler of the Jingyu realm, suddenly faced the terrible existence of Princess Yunxia. Normally, Puppy would have been gloating, but staring at Suyu's frown, she could not laugh. Although this guy is hateful, it is not easy. First, there was a group of prospective gods chasing and intercepting, then there was the Demon Cloud City Master who cleaned up the Emperor's side, and now he is targeted by Princess Yunxia. Puppy thought that although Suyu was bad, he did not seem to be malicious to her. At least, he was better than the Demon Cloud City Master. If he died like this, it would be a pity. After thinking about it again, Puppy opened her mouth and spat out a golden spear. The spear was golden all over, and the surface was burning with a layer of faint golden flames. It was very gentle and did not have any scorching air. This is... Suyu looked down and asked suspiciously. Golden flames, forbidden wood. Puppy said, for you, to save your life. Suyu's pupils shrank slightly. This was the golden flames, forbidden wood, the first divine wood of the demon realm that restrained the giant of the bitter sea. There were only 10 pieces in total, 1 for each of the 9 princes and princesses, and 1 for the demon emperor. This should be the most powerful thing on Puppy. Without taking the spear, Suyu picked up Puppy and put her on his lap. His eyes were soft. Puppy, do you want me to die? Puppy hesitated for a moment, nodded, and snorted in her heart. I don't think so. I'll let you show off first. Ah, it's true that love grows with time. You have never left me. Are you deeply in love with me? Puppy gritted her teeth angrily as if to say, shameless. She opened her mouth and swallowed back the golden flames, forbidden wood. She regretted it. But after swallowing half of it, it was forcibly pulled out by Suyu. Puppy, you have to be honest. How can you take back what you spit out? Let me keep it for you. Holding the golden flames forbidden wood spear without hesitation, Suyu gently stroked her head and comforted the angry Puppy. After struggling and protesting twice, Puppy obediently lay down and enjoyed the touch comfortably, moaning in enjoyment. She did not realize that she was really becoming more and more like a little white dog. Touching the golden flames forbidden wood, Suyu's eyes were full of regret. It's a pity that there is only 1 spear. If there is enough golden flames forbidden wood, maybe I won't be so passive. Puppy's ears moved, hesitated for a moment, and said, the seed of the golden flames forbidden wood is in the hands of the 6th princess. What? Suyu was shocked. Chapter 1240. P.S. Here's today's update, and by the way, I'd like to drum up votes for Chijian 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and the voting also gives some coins. I beg for your support and appreciation. There is only 1 seed of the golden flames forbidden wood in the demon realm, and it is in the hands of the demon emperor. This is a well-known fact. When the 6th princess was born, the demon emperor gave the seed to the 6th princess as a blessing. This is a royal secret, and it is really difficult for outsiders to know. The seed of the golden flames forbidden wood is actually on her. Suyu was surprised. With a thoughtful look, Suyu's eyes lit up. If the seed of the golden flames forbidden wood can be planted, maybe the situation will be different. The purple-eyed demonic god's letter was sent to the hands of every prince and princess. Nominally, the 9th princess escaped from the hands of the giant of the bitter sea, and it was understandable that she invited her brothers and sisters to come to the gathering. Although the 4 maids were on guard, they couldn't stop her. The 6th princess, who received the letter, was surprised. Oh! It seems that Suyu is not willing to sit still and wait for death. In addition to me, he also invited other brothers and sisters. The book deity frowned slightly. Your Highness, are you going? Of course. The 6th princess smiled, revealing her white teeth. In half a year, it will be the sacrifice of the bitter sea. There are not many opportunities for us princes and princesses to gather together. I believe that the other princes and princesses will come to this gathering organized by Suyu. Why, you don't want me to go? The 6th princess turned to look at the book deity. The book deity's eyes flashed with a strange light, and he shook his head. No. No one knew what he was thinking in his heart. The rest of the princes and princesses all received the letter and gave the purple-eyed demonic god a positive reply. Only 1 person was an exception. So, except for the 7th prince, all the other princes and princesses are willing to come. Suyu listened to the purple-eyed demonic god's reply, and his eyes flashed. The 7th prince, that cultured and refined prince with astonishing strength. Among the princes and princesses, although he was young, his strength was firmly in the top 3, only below the eldest prince and the 6th princess. His refusal was really unexpected. However, 1 less person would not affect the overall situation. Half a month later, the 7 princes and princesses all came to Seawatch City to visit their 9th sister. As the focus of attention today, the 9th princess was released by Su Yu. She sat in the seat of the city master and greeted the princes and princesses who came to visit. When it was time for lunch, everyone moved to another living room. There were restrictions set up by the purple-eyed demonic god above and below the living room, which could prevent gods from probing. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the princes and princesses flashed. They knew that the main event was coming. The host was still the 9th princess. She had been waiting in the living room for a long time. However, when the princes and princesses entered, they found that the 9th princess was no longer in the main seat. Instead, it was a silver-haired demon. Their 9th sister was squatting at his feet like a spiritual pet. All the princes and princesses knew who Su Yu was, and they were well aware that he was holding the 9th princess hostage. Some of the princes and princesses looked indifferent, while others looked indignant. She was the daughter of the Devil Emperor, but under the suppression of Princess Yunxia, she was reduced to a spiritual pet. Demon Yu, we understand that you are valued by Princess Yunxia, but today is a day for us brothers and sisters to reunite. Can you, an outsider, please step aside? The one who spoke was the 2nd princess. She was beautiful and had an indignant look in her eyes. Su Yu looked at her with a little appreciation. Among the 9 princes and princesses, she was the only one who stood up for Guwa. Your Highness the 2nd princess, don't burn the bridge after crossing the river. You've hurt my feelings. Anyway, it was I who invited you, so I can give you a chance to discuss life and death matters together. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for you to find a suitable excuse to gather. The 2nd princess frowned. You seem to know our situation. Are you not afraid that we will kill you? How will killing me help you in your current situation? It is because I know your situation that I gathered you today and am willing to help you, Su Yu said slowly. The 2nd princess sneered. Do you think that you, a little city master? Well, my identity as a little city master is certainly not enough. What if I have another identity? Heh! In the crowd, the 6th princess was surprised and looked at Su Yu curiously. Another identity? Is it possible that you are from the Holy Magic Hall? The 2nd princess was suspicious. Su Yu smiled and shook his head. If I were from the Holy Magic Hall, how could I be blamed by the people of the Holy Magic Hall in public? Then you are from Princess Yunxia? This doesn't seem to need to be emphasized, right? The 2nd princess snorted coldly, her eyes full of hatred. Ha ha ha, Your Royal Highness the 2nd princess, should I say that you are straightforward and careless, or should I say that you are cute and stupid? When you came, you should have found the 4 maids of Princess Yunxia, right? You don't think that they are guarding Seawatch City because they are afraid that I will be cold, right? The rest of the princes and princesses were silent. When they came, they saw the clues. The situation of this demon did not seem to be as good as the rumors said. Princess Yunxia was monitoring him. Then what is your identity? Don't keep us guessing. The 2nd princess put her hands on her hips and said angrily. Su Yu narrowed his eyes. My identity. Oh, the Great Eastern Alliance, the acting god, the feather god. When these words came out, the audience was shocked. The 6th princess was secretly surprised. She was the only one who knew Su Yu's true identity, but she didn't know that Su Yu dared to announce it to the demon royal family. What? You are an outsider, sneaking into my demon world and becoming a city master. What are your intentions? When the 2nd princess heard this, she immediately flared up. Her eyes narrowed as she attacked Su Yu. Oh, Your Royal Highness the 2nd princess, please calm down. A purple light flashed and stopped the impulsive 2nd princess. Purple-eyed demonic god, you betrayed the demon world. Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the Holy Magic Hall? The 2nd princess asked sternly. The purple-eyed demonic god smiled and said, Then, dare I ask the 2nd princess who is loyal to the demon world, what will happen to you? The 2nd princess was speechless. Her fate was to be chosen as the next sacrifice of the bitter sea in fear and trepidation. Looking at the rest of the princes and princesses, although shocked, no one had a hostile reaction. On the contrary, many princes and princesses' vigilance eased a lot. As an outsider, Su Yu is even more unlikely to be a person of Princess Yunxia. They have a common enemy. It seems that you understand. Su Yu smiled faintly and glanced at the princes and princesses present. You launched a coup, and I will leave you with a way to escape. He was concise and to the point, stating the theme of today's gathering. Can you prepare a way for us? The second princess said, looking up and down at Su Yu, her face full of disbelief. Do you have a large number of masters of the Great Eastern Alliance to support you? I am the only one. You really dare to talk big. Why are you preparing a way for us? The second princess shook her head. The rest of the princes and princesses were also calm, and there was not much expectation. They knew very well that the key to restricting their escape route was their natural royal aura. With this aura, no matter where they fled, they could not escape the pursuit of the holy magic hall. Oh! Su Yu smiled faintly and held Puppy in his arms. His right palm gently stroked her smooth fur from head to toe. Puppy trembled, and her bright eyes overflowed with shyness. But then, Puppy suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, my royal aura, En." This exclamation attracted the attention of the princes and princesses. Swish! Several princes and princesses got up in horror, and their eyes widened. They clearly found that the royal aura emitted by Puppy's body was completely eliminated, and there was not a trace left. At first glance, Puppy was just like an ordinary demon, and they could not feel the slightest royal aura. In this way, if Puppy left the demon realm, unless the holy magic hall searched all corners of the Xing River, they would not find Puppy at all. Suddenly, their eyes burned with burning light, and they stared at Su Yu with heavy breathing, their eyes full of excitement. Of course, there were also greedy eyes. The purple-eyed demonic god's eyes narrowed, and he quietly protected Su Yu behind him. He whispered, "Isn't it too early to be disloyal?" However, his warning could not dispel the blazing eyes of the princes and princesses. The sacrifice of the bitter sea was like a nightmare that haunted them. They had been frightened for decades, and when they saw hope in a desperate situation, how could they be stopped by a small city master? Seeing that the princes and princesses were about to go berserk and fall into a situation out of control, Su Yu was disappointed. A group of useless mud. Sit down. However, at this moment, a voice that was filled with magnetism and was not loud came from the mouth of a prince who had not stood up all this time. His facial features were firm, his eyes were clear and calm, and his temperament was steady, giving people a sense of reliability. When the voice fell, the princes and princesses, who were ready to move, actually quieted down and sat down again, full of extreme respect for the prince. Su Yu looked at this person. With such majesty, he should be the rumored first prince. He had the most potential to surpass the current demon emperor. The first prince raised his head, and a pair of deep and sharp eyes were cast at Su Yu. Suddenly, Su Yu felt a bit of stinging pain in his eyes. His eyes narrowed, and he secretly channeled a trace of divine power from the Great Path divine source to resolve the pain caused by the sharp eyes. You do have the ability to give us a way out, so, what price do we have to pay? Su Yu showed an appreciative smile. Finally, I met someone who knows how to make a deal. I help you resolve the royal aura, and you help me escape from the demon realm, Su Yu said. The first prince didn't think for a long time, and on behalf of the princes and princesses, he agreed. Okay. If our coup succeeds, you can go or stay at will. But if we fail, we will take you out of the demon realm, on the condition that you help us resolve the royal aura. Okay. The first prince nodded and looked at Su Yu for a moment. In the intertwining of their eyes, Su Yu, who represented the Great Eastern Alliance, and the demon realm's royal family reached an agreement. Next, the two sides discussed the details. Only when they escaped from the demon realm, Su Yu would resolve the royal aura for the princes and princesses. Before leaving, they needed to send a member of the royal family to follow Su Yu closely, both to monitor and protect him. For the candidate, the second princess volunteered and stared at Su Yu provocatively. Leave it to me. I will never give this guy a chance to cheat. The princes and princesses looked at each other and seemed to be discussing. The second princess's words were not impossible. Let the sixth princess do it. The first prince said lightly. The second princess was not convinced. I can do it. The first prince looked at her and shook his head. You have a straightforward temperament. You can't control the feather demon. In a short confrontation, the first prince could see Su Yu's temperament and character. He must be a strategist. Only smart people can really control Su Yu. Among the 9 princes and princesses, the 6th princess was famous for her cleverness, and it was the most appropriate to leave it to her. You can just say that I am stupid. The 2nd princess clenched her fists angrily. The 1st prince was indifferent and looked at the 6th princess. 6th princess, what do you think? Hehe, of course, I am willing. The 6th princess's bright eyes turned, and her delicate face smiled like 100 flowers blooming. A trace of slyness returned to her eyes and was branded on Su Yu. Heartless man, it seems that you can't get rid of me. Chapter 1241. P.S. Here's today's update, and by the way, I'd like to solicit votes for the Chijian 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and the voting also gives some coins. I beg for your support and appreciation. Su Yu frowned slightly. To be honest, he was deeply afraid of the resourceful 6th princess. She was not only smart, but also extremely powerful. When the all-access merchant god was in her hands, he had no power to resist. In terms of real combat power, she should be able to compete with the Dakini. With such a person around, he really didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse. However, this was the discussion of the royal family members, and Su Yu could not change it. He could only accept it. Okay. The day of the coup is the day I will go to the Demon Emperor. The only way to leave the demon realm is through the ancient altar of the Demon Emperor. In the end, they will meet in the Demon Emperor. After sending away the princes and princesses, only the 6th princess stayed. Hehe, it seems that you are going to elope with all the members of our royal family, the 6th princess teased, smiling sweetly, and her bright eyes were full of wisdom. Su Yu said thoughtfully, are you sure you will lose? I don't think so, right? Since you decided to coup, I don't believe that you have no backup plan. The 6th princess smiled and said, of course, there is, but I won't tell you. Like a fawn, she jumped lightly to Guwa and stroked him with a smile, but Guwa grimaced at her. A few months ago, the 6th princess wanted her life. Su Yu would not ask about their backup plan, but there was one thing he had to ask. 6th princess, do you have the seed of the golden flame's forbidden wood? Su Yu turned his head and said calmly. The 6th princess was slightly stunned, but after rolling her eyes, she said with a smile, call me Jing Xian. Su Yu said, this is not a trivial matter, I am not joking, I want to hear you call me Jing Xian. 6th princess, please be serious, call me Jing Xian. Jing Xian, the seed of the golden flame's forbidden wood, of course, it is in my hands. Do you want it? Su Yu was not used to this eccentric princess and said in a deep voice, yes. I can give you what you want in exchange. I refuse. The 6th princess, with her hands behind her back, refused decisively with a smile. The result was not out of Su Yu's expectations. After all, it was the seed of the first divine tree of the demonic dimension, and there was only one left. How could it be exchanged so easily? Forget it then. The seed of the golden flame's forbidden wood could only change the passive situation, but it couldn't determine the final outcome. It would be best if he did, but if not, there was nothing he could do. Come and take it yourself. The 6th princess said with a smile, her eyes full of teasing, a seed that is about to die has no exchange value. If you want it, you can take it yourself. Su Yu was slightly pleased. This 6th princess was not so hateful after all. Where? Here. The 6th princess raised a pair of well-proportioned snowy peaks the size of a fist and pointed to her chest. Around her snow-white neck, there seemed to be something hanging from a red string that extended to her chest. She always carried the seed with her. This woman gave Su Yu a headache. Was she teasing him again? If you don't mind, I won't hold back. Su Yu quickly walked up to her and pressed down on her shoulder, while his other hand reached into her collar without hesitation. The 6th princess was mischievous. How could she expect Su Yu to be so decisive? She was shocked and hurriedly covered her chest and stepped back. She was ashamed and angry. How dare you? Didn't you ask me to take it? Su Yu said lightly. The sixth princess was a little angry and amused. She pulled out the pendant and threw it to Suyu from dozens of feet away. She dared not approach Suyu again for fear that Suyu would do what he did just now. After throwing away the pendant, she stomped her feet and teleported away. She snorted, "I will watch you. Don't think you can go far." He grabbed the pendant. There was a faint body temperature and the fragrance of a young girl left on it. He crushed the metal pendant, and a dim golden seed appeared in front of him. A very weak vitality fluctuated from within the seed. If he didn't deliberately observe it, he could hardly feel this vitality. It has been damaged to this extent. Suyu frowned and immediately moved his mind. He brought the seed into the 9-jade spiritual pearl and buried it in the supreme growing soil. After a moment of silent observation, Suyu was slightly relieved. The vitality that was slowly flowing away in the seed gradually stabilized and showed a slight increase. It's still not too late. If it was a few days later, the supreme growing soil couldn't be saved. Suyu felt a little lucky. Looking at the situation, it could germinate in half a month. As for maturity, it depends on the attribute of the golden flame's forbidden wood. He instructed Sheng Ji to take care of the seed and not let it be eaten by the chaotic multicolored butterfly. Suyu returned to his body. When he opened his eyes, a furry head was in front of him at a close distance. Suyu opened his eyes and was startled. He stumbled and rolled clumsily. "What are you doing?" Suyu flicked the puppy's head in annoyance. The puppy held the head with two front paws, rubbed it, and said angrily, "Nothing." It witnessed the sixth princess adjusting Suyu's breath and saw that Suyu actually did something to the sixth princess. For some reason, it felt that its things had been taken away by the sixth princess. This kind of uncomfortable feeling made it very strange. After Suyu's soul left the body, it curiously came up to look at Suyu. As a result, it was shocked by Suyu. Suyu rolled his eyes at it and was about to get up. A divine fluctuation flashed in front of him without warning. "Feather demon, why haven't you seen the princess yet? It has been half a month." Kaylin's cold voice came. She still had a kind smile on her face, but compared to the last time, she was a little more alert. The 9 princes and princesses were gathered here, and the 6th princess stayed, which made her suspicious. Suyu asked, "Hey, Senior Kaylin, did you go back to report so soon?" He pretended not to know that he had been surrounded. Kaylin laughed. The purple-eyed demonic god came to inquire about the existence of the 4 of them. How could they not notice? Looking at Suyu pretending to be crazy, Kaylin sneered in her heart. It seemed that he had noticed something and was vigilant. "Well, the princess ordered you to go to the imperial capital to see her quickly," Kaylin urged. Suyu looked embarrassed. "Senior, I have some important things to deal with. I don't have time to go to the imperial capital for the time being." "What important things?" "The Jingyu realm has been stabilized, and the affairs have been handed over to the luminous Moon City Master. If there is nothing important, you can come with me now." The kindness on Kaylin's face faded a lot. Suyu said, "I need to cultivate. I have just broken through to the mortal fairy realm, and my realm is not stable enough. If I don't hurry up, I am afraid that my realm will slip. This is related to my future, and it is not my intention to delay. Please forgive me." Kaylin was so angry that she laughed. In the demon world, who dared to delay when Princess Yunxia wanted to see someone? Only this Suyu from the Xing River. However, Princess Yunxia had specifically told her not to push him too much. It seemed that the princess had some scruples. Although she was angry, Kaylin could not force him. She said with a blank expression, "How long will it take?" "Well, half a year." "Too long. The princess won't wait long." "Then 3 months it is." Kaylin pondered for a moment and said, 2 months, no longer." "Good." Kaylin stared at Suyu meaningfully. "I hope you know what to do." "Humph. What a rude guy." Guwa stared at her angrily. Suyu's eyes turned cold. "A little impatience spoils great plans. When the time is right, I will teach her a lesson. Don't run around, I need to cultivate in isolation during this time." Suyu's eyes flashed slightly. The 9 princes and princesses were about to launch a coup d'etat that would shock the demon world. It was impossible to know how many city masters the 9 princes and princesses had gathered together to stage a coup d'état, and it was even more impossible to know if other forces would join in. The only thing that could be expected was that there would be a violent shock in the demon world. Originally, Su Yu planned to do it himself and create turmoil in the demon world to buy time for the creatures of the Xing River. Unexpectedly, the demon world had been brewing a greater turmoil. Once the coup began, whether successful or not, the demon world would experience unprecedented upheavals. With internal instability, the demon world would have no time to invade the Great Eastern Alliance, which could buy time for the Great Eastern Alliance. Entering the secret room, Su Yu began to cultivate in isolation. His cultivation had been consolidated as early as half a month ago, but he had no time to deal with the harvest of the Jingyu realm. The imitation of the Emperor-based Saint artifact given by the Demon Cloud City Master, the Pink Skull. The pure celestial energy sphere given by the Boming City Master. And the Dead Soul Worm given by the Abyss City Master. All 3 were excellent things, especially the pure celestial energy sphere and the Dead Soul Worm. Grabbing the celestial energy sphere, Su Yu slowly guided it into his body. They were very gently divided into 2 pieces, each integrated into Su Yu's 2 celestial energy spheres. The celestial energy sphere, which was only a grain of brilliance, quickly grew 5 times and became a finger-sized swirling galaxy. A large amount of the mortal fairy's strength was swallowed by the 2 celestial energy spheres, which then released divine power. Ordinary prospective gods only had 1 celestial energy sphere, but Su Yu had 2, and the speed of releasing divine power was twice as fast as theirs. Clearly, he had not broken through to the realm of gods, but the divine power in Su Yu's body had reached the early stage of prospective god. Now, without relying on any treasures, Su Yu could fight with an early-stage prospective god alone. Haha, saving me more than a year of cultivation, the Boming City Master really treats me well, Su Yu laughed. Then there was the Dead Soul Worm given by the Abyss City Master, an ancient spiritual worm sealed in the ancient mysterious ice. He clearly remembered that the Demon Cloud City Master and the Boming City Master were deeply afraid of this worm. He could not forget that when he first saw this worm, the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron issued a warning. Even in the face of gods, the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron had never warned him like this. This worm was Su Yu's biggest gain. Holding the mysterious ice, Su Yu's eyes were fixed. How great was this worm? With a thought, Su Yu tried to separate a part of his soul into the mysterious ice to detect the worm. But at this moment, the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron trembled violently, alerting Su Yu. On his forehead, the evil god's shadow also jumped out, and hurriedly shouted, "Quickly withdraw your soul." The divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron and the evil god warned him at the same time, and Su Yu did not dare to be careless and immediately withdrew his soul. At the moment when it was withdrawn, Su Yu keenly captured that the body of the Dead Soul Worm flashed a cold consciousness. It felt like a little white rabbit being coldly stared at by a giant tiger. Hiss! Su Yu couldn't help but shudder, and his heart was aghast. Is the Dead Soul Worm so terrible? He had seen many secret soul techniques, but none of them made Su Yu's soul feel such fear. The evil god breathed a sigh of relief and stared at the worm in the ancient mysterious ice. His eyelids twitched slightly, and he subconsciously moved away from it. He looked at Su Yu seriously and said, "You were too careless just now, and you almost failed. Fortunately, you reacted quickly. Otherwise, even if your master was here, he could not save you." Chapter 1242. P.S. Here's today's update, and at the same time, I'd like to solicit votes for the Chijian 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and the votes will be given some coins. Indeed, I was careless. Su Yu said. If the Nine-Dragon Cauldron had not been so eager to wake up, the cold consciousness just now would have caused unimaginable damage. No wonder the Demon Cloud City Master and the Boming City Master were so afraid of this worm. Staring at the Dead Soul Worm, Su Yu asked, "Evil God, what is the Dead Soul Worm? You should have heard of the list of 10,000 races of the starry sky, right?" The evil god said enigmatically. Su Yu nodded. "I have heard of it. It is rumored that there are tens of thousands of creatures in the starry sky. 10,000 is just an imaginary number. There are more than 10,000 creatures in the starry sky, more than 1,000,000. The evil god looked calm and said something Su had never heard of. Millions of creatures are divided into upper, middle, and lower 3 classes according to their natural strength, collectively known as the 9 classes. Su vaguely heard the demon god mention this saying. It seems that the human race belongs to the bottom of the 3 classes. So, the creatures in the Xing River are also divided into 9 classes? This dead soul worm belongs to the higher class? Su somewhat understood the evil god's meaning. But the evil god shook his head. 2 corrections. First, the creatures in the Xing River are all lower class. The human race you belong to is a 9th class race. A few races, such as the Sheng deity and the Dakini, belong to the 8th class race, and the demon race belongs to the 7th class race. Second, the dead soul worm is not only of a higher class, it is very high class. It belongs to the 3rd class creatures. Su clicked his tongue. The human race was indeed a 9th class existence at the bottom. Moreover, the demon race's class was above all the creatures in the Xing River, which was why the demon race's individual strength was unusually strong. The human race was really weak. Moreover, the dead soul worm in front of you is extremely special. Although it has been frozen for thousands of years, and most of its life has dissipated, its consciousness still remains. Not to mention you, even the demon emperor would lose half of his life if he was hit by it. Su was surprised. No way, such a terrible thing. The Abyss City Master was willing to give it to me. Su questioned. The evil god said, that's because he didn't know that it was a dead soul worm, but he didn't know that it was a divine worm that had failed its tribulation. Tribulation? Could it be that even gods have to undergo tribulation? The evil god rolled his eyes and said meaningfully, gods have different levels of strength. Naturally, they have to go through the tribulation. This dead soul worm should be a divine worm that failed to become a medium god. A middle-level deity? Su heard a piece of extremely fresh news. The evil god said, gods are divided into lower gods, middle gods, and upper gods. They are all gods, but there is a difference between the 3. It can be said that they are not on the same level at all. All you need to know is that demigods are bestowed by gods, and gods are bestowed by high gods. Su's eyes flickered slightly. Are you saying that the person in charge of the lower gods is a middle god? He recalled that he had undergone 2 divine tribulations in a row. Could it be that the mysterious manipulator was a mid-level deity? How many gods are there in our galaxy? The demon emperor, the death deity, or the Dakini? Su asked. Phut. The evil god snorted disdainfully. What kind of medium gods are they? They haven't even touched the threshold of the mid-level deity. As for how many mid-level deities there are in the galaxy, the answer is 0, the evil god said solemnly. The galaxy is too small to nurture a mid-level deity. As strong as the demon emperor and the death deity, they were still lower gods. How powerful were the mid-level deities? This dead soul worm is a mid-level deity worm that failed to go through the tribulations. Its strength when it was alive, the demon emperor and the death deity were not worth mentioning in front of it. Even if it was dead, the remnant of its consciousness could take away half of their lives. The evil god stared at the 10,000 years mysterious ice with fear. You really got a great deal this time. It's best to use it for self-defense. Unfortunately, it can only be used once. You need to be careful. After getting some clarification, Su carefully put away the dead soul worm. This was a great killing weapon that no one knew about. Once it was thrown out, the effect would be, Su's confidence improved a lot. Finally, there was the pink skull, a replica of the Emperor-based Saint artifact. It contained an extremely powerful psychedelic effect. Even deities would be confused if their minds were not strong enough. Its refining process was not complicated, and it was finished easily. Half a month later, Su sighed softly. It's done. With a thought, Su's soul entered the 9-jade spiritual pearl and looked at the nursery. A golden bud was shining all over, as if it was carved out of gold. Around the bud, there were layers of warm flames burning. Young master, what is this? The chaos multicolored butterfly is very eager for it. If I hadn't held it back, it would have been eaten by it. Sheng Ji looked at it curiously. Su Yu was slightly delighted. Good stuff. Let the chaos multicolored butterfly bear with it for the time being. When it matures and harvests enough seeds, I will plant a batch for it to eat. As he spoke, Su Yu looked at another nursery. A towering silver bamboo stood majestically. Around it were dense silver bamboos that were 30 feet long. Su Yu stared at the strongest one. After many years of cultivation, Su Yu had not touched the first mature heavenly orchid silver bamboo. He wanted to see how far the heavenly orchid silver bamboo could grow after it matured. However, from the looks of it, other than its exaggerated body shape, which was gradually becoming more and more different from the historical records, there was nothing special about it. Su Yu looked away and teleported away with his soul. As soon as he left, the chaos multicolored butterfly rushed into the nursery again and devoured the world's spiritual treasures. Now in the nursery, except for the seedlings of the golden flames forbidden wood, the only thing that could attract it was the heavenly orchid silver bamboo. However, what Su Yu and Sheng Ji did not notice was that the chaos multicolored butterfly was devouring all the heavenly orchid silver bamboos but avoided the largest one. Vaguely, there was a trace of fear. His soul returned to his body. Su Yu took out the 5 Elements mountain and continued to meditate. Just as he was about to move, a 5-colored pagoda appeared uninvited and hovered in front of Su Yu. What? Su Yu raised his eyebrows and stared at a small black-green water dragon that emerged from the 5-colored pagoda. What are you doing here? I didn't summon you, did I? Since the reminder of the demon gods remains in the belly of the 5 Elements mountain, Su Yu had been very cautious about the black-green water dragon. Since then, he had never used the 5 Elements divine prison again. Boy, let's make a deal. For some reason, the black-green water dragon's body was much more solid than before. Once it appeared, it seemed to have a deep meaning. What kind of deal do we have? Of course. For example, you are in need of help now. I can activate 30% of the power of the 5 Elements divine prison to help you get out of here. 50%. Su Yu's pupils constricted. Previously, the black-green water dragon could suppress peak mortal fairies with only 10% of its power. Now, it could triple its power. Su Yu squinted his eyes. It seemed that the black-green water dragon had recovered part of its body through some unknown method, and its control of the 5 Elements divine prison had greatly increased. However, Su Yu would not tell it that after many days of training, Su Yu's comprehension of the hundreds of Demon Clan's characters had exceeded 30% and reached 50%. If they really competed for control, the black-green water dragon might not win against Su Yu. Now that the black-green water dragon suddenly appeared, it must have other intentions. Okay, but what do you want me to do? The black-green water dragon said, it's very simple. Banish me to the Xing River, and from then on, I will have nothing to do with you. Okay. Su Yu agreed readily. The black-green water dragon's eyes flashed with a strange color. Taking back the 5 Elements divine prison, Su Yu's eyes were cold. Black-green water dragon, if you are honest and content with your duties, it's okay. If you have ulterior motives, don't blame me for erasing you forever. Time passed, and Su Yu had been in the 5 Elements divine prison for a month. His refinement of the 5 Elements mountain had entered the final stage, and it should not be long before he could completely refine the 5 Elements mountain. In this month, the seed of the golden flames forbidden wood grew a lot, and it was already 1 foot long. Its growth rate was much faster than expected. At the same time, in this month, the princes and princesses of all parties seemed to be silent, but in fact, they were frequently moving, and the connections between the parties were closer. The city masters in their world were frequently mobilized. Some of the city masters were arranged to perform tasks in distant places, and some were summoned to the princes and princesses. The silent war horn was quietly blowing in the demon world. Half a month later. The 2-month period was up. Kaelin did not wait for a moment and immediately appeared in front of Su Yu's secret room. Time is up. Come with me to see Princess Yunxia. I'm sorry, I have reached a critical moment in my cultivation, and I need to retreat for another 2 months. In the secret room, Su Yu said lightly. Kaelin's eyebrows twisted, and her face was completely pulled down. Feather demon, don't be ungrateful. Princess Yunxia wants to see you, it's your good fortune, don't push your luck. So, are you going to capture me? Su Yu asked instead of answering. A trace of murderous intent flashed between Kaylin's eyebrows. She was not a soft-hearted person. Over the years, she had secretly killed many disobedient gods for Princess Yunxia. However, Su Yu was different. Princess Yunxia's special instructions made Kaylin have to restrain herself. 1 month. After 1 month, if you don't get up, you will have to bear the consequences, Kaylin threatened. From the first kind smile to the later urging, and today's threat, their true attitude gradually revealed itself. In the secret room, Su Yu's eyes flashed with cold light. He was waiting for the golden flames forbidden wood. Using the unique cultivation ability of the supreme growing soil, the golden flames forbidden wood had grown strong and was now 3 feet tall. Looking at the situation, it would mature in another 3 months. If there was the golden flames forbidden wood, many things would be easier. In the past month, Su Yu continued to comprehend the 5 elements mountain and had successfully refined most of it, mastering many uses of the 5 elements mountain. In addition, Su Yu had his own divine power, and the power of the 5 elements mountain had reached a new level. Time is getting tight, I don't know if I can delay until 3 months later, Su Yu whispered softly. 3 months later, it was also the time for the 9 princes and princesses to launch a coup. At the same time, in the Xing River, a huge warship was sailing in the vast Xing River, heading quickly towards the west of the Xing River. On the ship were the Sheng deity and Sheng Yuanxin, whom Su Yu was familiar with, as well as 2 or 3 gods who had participated in the world of divine remains. After the destruction of the world of divine remains, they returned to the Great Eastern Alliance, which was exciting and won a surprise from the alliance of 100 gods. The sinful land that had been harmed by them was destroyed, and many people got what they wanted. In addition to their joy, their confidence in resisting the invasion of the demon world multiplied, and they held several gods' meetings to actively discuss anti-demon measures. The most important one was to unite all the forces that could be united. For this purpose, 2 troops were dispatched. Chapter 1243. P.S. Here's today's update, and at the same time, I'd like to solicit votes for the Chijian 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and the votes will be given some coins. I beg for everyone's support and appreciation. A group of troops led by the all-access merchant god was looking for the cavern worlds scattered in the galaxy and striving to gather them into the alliance. A group of troops led by the Sheng deity went to the distant Great Western Alliance. As the representative of the Great Eastern Alliance, the Sheng deity went to the Great Western Alliance with the purpose of forming an alliance to fight against the restless demon realm. On the giant battleship, the deities had finished their discussion and dispersed. All of them were full of confidence. Sheng Yuanxin was the only prospective god on the ship. After 2 years, she had successfully broken through to become a mid-level prospective god. It was clear that she had benefited a lot from the trip to the world of divine remains. Mother, in front of us is the old site of Su Yu's world of divine remains, Sheng Yuanxin said leisurely. The Sheng deity looked at her daughter's frown and sighed softly. Falling into the demon realm, the possibility of survival is almost 0. Don't expect him to still be alive. Put your mind on cultivation and strive to break through to the late-stage prospective god before the demon realm attacks. Sheng Yuanxin clenched her fists tightly. I believe he won't die. After all, the demon realm may not necessarily die. However, I am afraid that he will return to the Great Eastern Alliance. If he comes back and sees the current situation of the Great Eastern Alliance, what will he think? In her words, there was deep anger and guilt. Yuanxin, he fell into the demon realm, and there is no possibility of survival. It is reasonable for the Dakini to transfer everything he has to the newly cultivated juniors to manage, Sheng Yuanxin smiled bitterly. Reasonable? If it wasn't for Su Yu, how many spies of the demon realm did our Great Eastern Alliance infiltrate? If it wasn't for Su Yu, who was responsible for destroying the world of divine remains? As a result, his life and death are unknown, and the Dakini took the initiative to hand over all the things he left in the alliance to others. Nothing could be more heartless than this. Mother, you might as well ask the people on the street if they think it is reasonable. Complaints about this matter were monstrous in the streets. Su Yu's actions for the Great Eastern Alliance were witnessed by all the creatures in the heavens. Su Yu's whereabouts were unknown, and he was treated like this. The Shung deity was silent. Not only the people on the street, but also among the gods were indignant. Who wouldn't complain about such treatment of the Alliance's backbone? However, that was the Dakini's decision. As the first god of the Alliance, no one dared to oppose her. If I were Su Yu, I would betray the Great Eastern Alliance immediately if I found out that I was treated like this. Sheng Yuanshan said deeply, I really feel bad for him. He was originally an outsider of the Alliance, but he did so much for us, even sacrificing himself for us. But what did we do? The sacred god was left speechless and bitter. If it were her, she would also betray him. Forget it. There's no way he'll come back. Let's just say that we've let him down. I'll do my best to get a cenotaph for him in the God Legion tomb, so that he can join the Legion of Gods. Sheng Yuanshan just smiled. Everything had been taken away, so what was the point of leaving only a cenotaph? In silence, the giant ship silently glided toward the Great Western Alliance. In the Devil World, 1 month passed in a flash. The seedling of the Golden Flame's forbidden wood was already 3 meters tall. It was as thick as an arm, and it was half mature. Although only 3 months had passed in the outside world, the nurturing of the supreme growing soil was equivalent to 200 years of age, so it was reasonable for it to reach a semi-mature state. In another 2 months, it should be able to reach 400 years of age, enough to be fully mature. The first divine wood of the Devil World, Su Yu was full of expectations. However, when a wave of divine light came from outside the secret room, Su Yu raised his eyebrows. He was afraid that it would be difficult to delay until 2 months later. Feather Demon, it's time to go. Kaylin stood coldly outside the secret room, her patience completely exhausted. Su Yu opened the door of the secret room and said, Okay, but I have to go somewhere. Kaylin frowned. You still want to delay time? If you don't trust me, you can follow me. Su Yu left the secret room, took out the flying demonic artifact, and slowly headed toward the bitter sea. Kaylin was furious. Feather Demon. There is a limit to my patience. She endured it again and again, but Su Yu was still delaying time. He turned his head and looked at her lightly. When to see Princess Yunxia is up to me, when do I need to see your face? Kaylin was furious and stared at Su Yu, her eyes flashing with hidden murderous intent. If it weren't for Princess Yunxia, with her identity, who couldn't kill except the members of the royal family? However, she couldn't do anything to Su Yu. Okay. I want to see what you're waiting for. Half a month later. At the edge of the bitter sea. Kaylin said coldly, You've been wandering leisurely for half a month, and the so-called place you want to go is here? The bitter sea has no scenery for you to see. Oh, can't I see the sea? Su Yu shrugged and walked aimlessly along the bitter sea coast. Until half a month later, Kaylin finally lost her last bit of patience. All 3 of you, come here. Kaylin stared at Su Yu's back and shook her head. With a whoosh, 3 waves of divine light appeared around them. They were Princess Yunxia's 2nd, 3rd, and 4th maids. He has become suspicious and is unwilling to go to see Princess Yunxia. You guard him and don't let him go far. I will ask the princess. Kaylin said bluntly in front of Su Yu. She had already completely torn off all pretense of cordiality. If he wants to escape, don't be polite, just break his legs. Kaylin's tone suddenly became cold, and no longer concealed her murderous intent. Yes. The 3 maids also stared at Su Yu coldly, their pretty faces flashing with a few traces of viciousness. After Kaylin left, the 3 maids dispersed. 2 of them guarded the surroundings, and 1 of them stared at Su Yu. The one who stared at Su Yu was the 2nd maid. She crossed her arms and looked at Su Yu coldly. It's rare to see someone who can be so valued by the princess. Unfortunately, you don't know how to appreciate favors. Su Yu strolled in the courtyard and said calmly, This kind of attention that is watched by others, I don't need it. Oh, you're quite clear. The 2nd maid did not hide it and looked up and down at Su Yu. Do you know how excited the princess was when she saw you? It was the first time I found that the princess had abnormal behavior. You must have something that the princess has been longing for a long time. The Milky Way star sand? Su Yu's heart was like a mirror. He secretly said, Senior Tian Jizzy, you are wrong about me. Well, don't go anymore, sit here obediently and wait for the eldest sister to send back the news. The second maid shouted. Su Yu stopped and sat cross-legged on the edge of the bitter sea. He picked up the stones on the beach and threw them into the bitter sea. When the stones fell in, they were immediately corroded into nothingness. The second maid caught a glimpse of this scene and sneered. She thought that Su Yu had no other choice but to sit and wait for death. Time passed slowly, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, the communication jade pendants on the 3 maids emitted a rapid beeping sound at the same time. It's the eldest sister's message. Strange, why is it an emergency message? The 3 maids were surprised. The emergency message was only launched at a very critical time because it would destroy the jade pendants. The cracking sound of the 3 jade pendants breaking sounded at the same time, followed by 3 exposed telepathic messages. The voice was cold and full of endless coldness. The princess has ordered. Cut off the hands of the feather demon, imprison his soul, and return to the imperial capital immediately without delay. Kaylin's cold words lingered in the air, shaking people's hearts. The 3 maids were stunned. They thought that the princess would order to forcibly capture Su Yu. But now, she asked them to cut off his hands, destroy his body, and imprison his soul? Such a cruel method would only be used to deal with the most heinous criminals. After calming down, the 3 maids stared coldly at Su Yu. They would not have the slightest pity or sympathy. It seems that you angered the princess and ended up like this. You can only blame yourself. The second maid's mouth was full of sarcasm, and her eyes were full of murderous intent. The third and fourth maids used their divine power to block the direction of Su Yu's escape. The second maid was responsible for the action. With a flick of her fingers, pure golden divine power, like a sickle, cut Su Yu's palms. This was what the princess was most concerned about. Cut off the hands and do not damage them. Su Yu was secretly shocked. What a decisive woman. She immediately ordered to cut off Su Yu's hands. It seemed that Princess Yunxia knew where the Milky Way star sand was most likely to be attached. A ray of cold light flashed through his eyes. Su Yu reacted extremely quickly. Even when the 3 maids were still in a daze, he had already started. Gold! Su Yu shouted, and the majestic power of the 5 elements burst out from his body, surrounding Su Yu. Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, the power of the 5 attributes combined with each other, and all 5 elements were transformed into the power of gold. The power of gold was integrated into Su Yu's body. Suddenly, Su Yu's whole body was metallized. The sickle divine power cut Su Yu's arms and made a friction sound, but it failed to cut off Su Yu's arms for a while. This was the result of Su Yu's refinement of the 5 elements mountain. The second maid was slightly stunned. She expected that this blow could easily cut off Su Yu's hands. However, everyone below the gods were ants. Even if Su Yu had the strength to kill a late-stage prospective god, it was still not worth mentioning. Her eyes flickered, and the sickle transformed by the divine power suddenly soared several times. The power of gold in Su Yu's body could not bear it and was broken in an instant. The huge sickle that soared not only cut Su Yu's hands but also his body into 2. Without waiting for the second maid to show a sarcastic expression, her face froze. Su Yu's body was indeed divided into 2, but at the moment of separation, Su Yu formed a seal with both hands. Water. His body that was cut off turned into a person condensed by water. The golden sickle pierced through, like passing through a mass of water, and passed through Su Yu's body without causing any harm. You are really difficult to deal with. The second maid was secretly shocked. The golden sickle suddenly divided into 10 parts, containing a biting force, and divided Su Yu's water body into 10 parts. Earth. At the critical moment, Su Yu spat out a word. Sure enough, his body was chopped into 10 pieces, and each piece turned into soil, falling to the ground in a large amount. Not good. He escaped into the ground. The second maid's face was livid. She was a god, but she couldn't do anything to a mortal fairy junior in 3 moves. The third and fourth maids shot the divine light into the sky. In a short time, Suyu used the Earth Escape technique to teleport to an endless distance. Chase. If we don't kill this person, none of us will go back alive. The second maid shouted coldly. Princess Yunxia never raised trash, and the 10 maids were never fixed maids. Who knows how many maids have been replaced during this period? Those who have been replaced, without a doubt, have become a pile of dirt. If Suyu didn't die, they would. Swish. The 3 gods teleported and chased after Suyu with all their might. The situation finally developed to the final step, and Suyu had to leave the demon realm. Chapter 1244. Where are you going? Suyu teleported, and the divine light fluctuated, and the 3 maids instantly caught up. It was completely impossible for non-gods to escape from the hands of the gods. Above the earth, the soil squirmed and condensed into the shape of Suyu. As soon as he appeared, Suyu's whole body flashed with 5-colored divine light, and he controlled the power of the 5 elements to teleport. The 3 maids could not stop him, and they gritted their teeth and chased. They did not notice that the place where Suyu had stayed had a drop of golden divine blood, containing the unique breath of the royal family of the demon race. Teleporting again, the 3 maids appeared 1 step ahead of Suyu, condensing the divine power to seal Suyu. However, at this moment, 2 waves of divine light suddenly appeared. Giggle, 3 moves in the hands of the gods and escaped twice. There is no one else in the demon world who can do this, right? An eccentric pretty face appeared. Beside her was the purple-eyed demonic god. After the 2 appeared, they naturally broke the seal of divine power. Purple-eyed demonic god. And, the 6th princess. The pupils of the 3 maids shrank slightly. The purple-eyed demonic god did not say anything, but the 6th princess actually made a move. In the royal family, second only to the eldest prince, how terrible her strength was always an unknown mystery. We were ordered by Princess Yunxia to capture the Lord of Seawatch City and bring him back to the Demon Emperor. Since you 2 did not know, we can let bygones be bygones. Retreat immediately, and do not hinder us. The second maid shouted. The 6th princess's crystal eyes narrowed into a crescent. Oh! We knew that Princess Yunxia would do something to the U-demon, so we decided to take action. So what if we disobeyed Princess Yunxia? What are you going to do to me? The purple-eyed demonic god also nodded gently. I advise you, there is no need to seek your own death. The pupils of the 3 maids shrank. How could they have expected that the 6th princess and the purple-eyed demonic god dared to openly defy Princess Yunxia? You are rebelling. The second maid was shocked and scolded. The 6th princess's eyes gradually became cold. Oh, you are right, we are rebelling. Boom. The 6th princess turned into a streamer and suddenly shot. The second maid's scalp was numb, and she hurriedly shouted, 6th princess, the purple-eyed demonic god has rebelled, kill without mercy. The 3 maids had no mind to care about Suyu, and turned to deal with the decisive 6th princess. In the blink of an eye, both sides clashed. The 3 maids were the powerhouses carefully selected by Princess Yunxia. Among the deities, they were also the top existences. However, as soon as the fight began, the 3 of them were all blown away by the 6th princess. The 4th maid was directly destroyed in body and soul. Only the celestial source origin was held by the 6th princess's bloody hand. There was a hint of cruelty on her pretty face as she swallowed the divine origin in front of everyone. She licked her lips as if she had not had enough. Hee, how delicious. Such a scene caused everyone to shudder with fear. Even Suyu squinted his eyes. 4th sister. The second maid screamed in grief and stared at the 6th princess with hatred. But he quickly issued a decisive order. Split up and go back to report to the princess, the 6th princess, and the purple-eyed demonic god have rebelled, and request the Holy Magic Hall to take action. Their messaging jade pendants had been destroyed in the previous emergency communication, so they couldn't quickly inform the chief handmaiden. They could only find a city and use the means of communication there to announce this matter to the world. Whoosh, the 2 of them split up and teleported away. The 6th princess had residual golden blood on the corner of her mouth, and her eyes showed a cruel arc. I can't let you escape. Swish, her figure flashed and she chased after the second maid. The purple-eyed demonic god looked at the second maid meaningfully. The sixth princess, if not handled well, will be a hidden danger. Little friend, you have to be prepared. Su Yu's eyes also narrowed. The sixth princess was like an uncontrollable tiger. She was ruthless and unpredictable, and her heart was extremely cold. Although he could use her unparalleled strength to accompany her, there was also the possibility of being bitten by her at any time. I have a plan. Su Yu said, is it ready? Well, a month after you left, everything has been done according to your instructions. There are no more of us in Seawatch City. Su Yu nodded slightly. Well, there is no need to go back to Seawatch City. We can go straight to the Demon Emperor. The purple-eyed demonic god nodded and looked in the direction of the third maid's escape. It's almost time to go after her, wait a moment. The purple light flickered, and he quickly chased after her. After a while, the sixth princess and the purple-eyed demonic god appeared almost at the same time. The two maids could not escape and were killed on the spot. Su Yu's eyes shone. The purple-eyed demonic god started to chase after the sixth princess for a long time. As a result, it took almost the same time to come back. Moreover, he could quickly kill the third maid. As expected of the purple-eyed demonic god who knew everything, he could predict the enemy's next move at any time, and he could also understand the enemy's various weaknesses. It was terrible to think about fighting with such an enemy. He just didn't know how much of the divine path his heir inherited from the purple-eyed demonic god would be a great help to Su Yu. Although they were temporarily killed, their deaths could not be hidden from Princess Yunxia. Su Yu looked at the sixth princess. Your betrayal will be speculated by her sooner or later, so go back and strengthen your preparations. I will go to the Demon Emperor with the purple-eyed demonic god. The sixth princess nodded. The reason why she stayed and was responsible for monitoring Su Yu was to confirm whether he was really trustworthy. Now that he was ordered to be killed by Princess Yunxia, he must not be Princess Yunxia's people, and she could rest assured that she could cooperate. The coup was imminent, and she really needed to go back and prepare. Good. After a month, we will meet in the Demon Emperor. The sixth princess turned and left. Su Yu paused and said, wait, I have a piece of advice. The sixth princess turned her head and stared at him with a smile. The book god cannot be trusted easily. Anyone who believes in him will be used to death. Su Yu said, I advise you to get rid of him immediately, without the slightest hesitation. Well, it can also be considered as getting rid of a strong enemy for me. The sixth princess did not answer. She dared to use the book god, and naturally, she had the book god's weakness. Without the sixth princess, there was no possibility of removing the deity perishing misfortune in the book god's body. If you think you have the weakness of this person, I can only say, sixth princess, you are not far from death. Su Yu shook his head and said, this person cannot be controlled. With that, Su Yu took out a jade pendant and threw it to the sixth princess. If you trust me, follow the message in the jade pendant. Having said that, Su Yu and the purple-eyed demonic god quickly left. The sixth princess glanced at the jade pendant and read the contents. Her eyes turned slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, she raised her palm and patted her chest, and suddenly coughed up a mouthful of divine blood. Her face quickly turned pale, and there was a painful expression on her face. With a teleportation, she returned to Jingxian realm in this state. As soon as she returned to the mansion, the book god greeted her and looked at the sixth princess's injury. Send an order to the city lord who secretly defected to us to come and protect you. The book god said, yes. Looking at the back of the book god, the sixth princess's eyes were cold. 7 days later, the demonic clouds were rolling over Seawatch City, and the tyrannical atmosphere was rampant. Several gods stood majestically, shocking the spirits of the heavens. The city lord of Seawatch City, killing the special envoy of the princess, is a crime that must not be punished. It's the Holy Magic Hall. When did our city lord kill the special envoy of the princess? It must be the people of the Holy Magic Hall, who refused to give up after being driven away last time, and framed us. Doubts were doubts, but in the face of the monsters of the Holy Magic Hall, no one dared to stand up. Swish, while the creatures of Sea-Watch City were still in shock, several gods descended on the City Lord's mansion. The leader was the god who came to assist the demon Cloud City Lord that day. Sure enough, he escaped. After a search, the mansion was empty, leaving only insignificant people. Behind him, there was also a demon whose whole body was blood-red, and his eyes were somewhat tyrannical. He said angrily, "You demon, this person is cunning. After killing the special envoy of the princess, he must have escaped, and now he is probably hiding somewhere." Many people in the mansion recognized that the demon in front of them was the demon god of the Holy Magic Hall. It was none other than the demon Cloud City Lord. For some reason, in just half a year, he had changed from a tyrannical demon in the form of the Holy Magic Hall. Humph. The land belonged to the king, so where could he escape to? Issue a first-class wanted order of the Holy Magic Hall to arrest Suyu and the purple-eyed demonic god. Yes. The demon Cloud City Lord grinned. When he is caught and brought to the Holy Magic Hall, the general, must eat him personally. A series of wanted orders were quickly transmitted to every city and every jurisdiction in the demon realm. If he appeared, he would be arrested by the local official forces. After all, no one wanted to be accused of hiding a wanted criminal of the Holy Magic Hall. Under the net of the sky, Suyu, who had nowhere to hide, appeared in the Demon Emperor. In an unobtrusive ordinary house, 3 early-stage prospective gods who had traveled in the Demon Emperor capital for half a year were guarding in front of a certain house solemnly. A group of 7 early-stage prospective gods were entering the house in turn. Inside the house, Suyu sat cross-legged and met them one by one. Among the 100 early-stage prospective gods who were captured that day, 30 of them were taken away by Qian Jun to hide and collect intelligence for Suyu. The other 70 people were sent to the Demon Emperor by Suyu as early as half a year ago, and everything was arranged in advance. This shelter had been prepared in advance. No one would doubt that the Yu demon, who was wanted by the demon realm, was actually under the nose of Princess Yunxia. He divided the 70 people into 10 groups, each group of about 7 people, and came to the Demon Emperor in advance to spy on the news and arrange everything he needed. At this moment, they were listening to the news they had spied for half a year. The first thing they spied on was, of course, the way to leave the demon realm, the ancient altar. Reporting to my lord, the altar is guarded by 3 generals of the Holy Magic Hall, and their strength is very high, comparable to the demon Cloud City Lord. Suyu frowned slightly. Suyu had seen the strength of the demon Cloud City Lord with his own eyes. The luminous Moon City Lord and the other 3 joined forces, but they were still not his opponent. But this altar, the princes and princesses of the coup would find a way to capture it first as a retreat, so Suyu did not have to worry about it. The second thing to spy on was the intelligence of the Demon Emperor and Princess Yunxia. Chapter 1245. Suyu pondered for a moment. Is the Demon Emperor being controlled? The abnormal behavior of the devil world over the past few hundred years could indeed explain some problems. For example, Princess Yunxia dared to kill the 9 children of the Devil Emperor. Was she not afraid of the wrath of the Devil Emperor after he came out? Therefore, this rumor might not be groundless. Once again, it was the Holy Magic Hall that made inquiries. The deities of the Holy Magic Hall are all conferred the title of General. According to their strength, they are divided into 3 levels: heavenly, earthly, and demonic. Suyu's eyes flickered. What level was the general who came to capture me previously? Sir, it's heaven rank. What about the level of the Demon Cloud City Master? Earth grade. The rest were the lowest level devil generals. Other than that, there is also a commander of the Holy Magic Hall, who commands all the generals of the Holy Magic Hall. Commander. Suyu's eyes shone. Who is it? How's his strength? The commander is the former disciple of the Demon Emperor, the demonic god of 6 paths. His strength. It is said that apart from the Demon Emperor, no one in the demon world is his match. Hearing this, Suyu's pupils shrank. Even the first prince is no match for him? I don't think so. When the Demon Emperor was in seclusion, the demonic god of 6 paths was in charge of teaching the first prince. In fact, the demonic god of 6 paths was the first prince's master. Suyu was shocked by the news. Among the 9 princes and princesses, Su Yu had only seen the 6th princess, who ranked second, fight. She was already comparable to the Dakini. How strong was the eldest prince? However, the great commander hidden in the Holy Magic Hall was the one who had truly concealed himself well. How was his strength compared to the death deity? Knowing this, Su Yu's mood became much heavier. It seemed that it would not be so easy for the 9 princes and princesses to succeed in the coup. Alright, so how did you do with the last matter? Su Yu asked. The early-stage prospective god who came to report this time took out a string of black Buddha beads. It looked very ordinary, but each of the Buddha beads was a cavern world. We didn't disappoint you. After exchanging all the resources that you gave us, we finally managed to find an equipment refinement devil god who was willing to secretly refine the world cavern Buddhist beads for us. Su Yu's eyes lit up, and he took it over to inspect it. There were a total of 9 Buddhist beads, each of which was a cavern world. Alright, send it to the purple-eyed demonic god outside the imperial capital. Tell him to choose a Buddha bead cavern world to hide in, and then bring the Buddha bead back to me. As a god, the fluctuations of divine power that could not be concealed were too obvious. If he appeared in the Demon Emperor capital, he would be discovered immediately, but hiding in the cavern world would not. In order to forge this small portable cavern world, Su Yu had emptied nearly 30% of the resources of the Jingyu realm. Otherwise, no demonic god would dare to forge a small cavern world without permission. After making all the necessary preparations, Su Yu said, "Have you found the heir of the purple-eyed demonic god?" Like Su Yu, the purple-eyed demonic god began to make preparations as early as half a year ago, hiding his heir in the Demon Emperor city in advance. "I've found it. It's in the courtyard. Do you want to bring it over?" Su Yu thought for a moment, then shook his head. "I don't have time for now. Tell him not to leave the house at will." "Yes." When everyone left, Su Yu exhaled a breath of foul air. Calculating the time, it would soon be the time for the princes and princesses to launch a coup. This turmoil is the only chance to leave the demon realm. I have no way out. He has been wanted by the entire demon realm. If he does not take this opportunity to escape, there will be no chance to leave again. Looking at the sky, Su Yu murmured, "There are still 20 days before the coup, no, only 10 days left." The bitter sea. The sky was blue, and the wind was gentle. Several small beasts were chasing and playing on the shore of the bitter sea. Suddenly, the 2 small beasts seemed to have sensed something, and they ran into the jungle and disappeared without a trace. A large number of birds in the jungle were also startled and flew towards the depths of the mainland in a panic. In the depths of the grass, the chirping insects were silent, as if something taboo was coming. Crash! It was dark and calm, like a smooth mirror of the bitter sea. Near the coast, a bubble the size of a human head suddenly emerged. Then, the bitter sea fell into silence again. However, on the shore where the bubble had appeared, bubbles of the same size appeared strangely. The number was increasing, 1, 2, 3, and finally, it was densely packed. Millions of miles of coastline, dense bubbles appeared at the same time. It seemed that the bitter sea was evaporated, and there was a boundless behemoth walking under the bitter sea. Roar! Suddenly, a roar that penetrated the demon world rushed out from the depths of the bitter sea, sweeping hundreds of thousands of feet of water from the bitter sea, and rushed to the shore. Along the way, all the plants and creatures within 1,000,000 miles were destroyed, and the stable demon world was also decayed into endless gaps. The water of the Xing River outside was like the water of the 9 heavens flowing backwards. Groups of hungry and ferocious wild beasts poured into the demon world along the water of the Xing River. Among them, there was a god-level wild beast. However, as soon as it stepped into the demon world, the god-level wild beast stopped abruptly, and its ferocious eyes stared at the bitter sea that was bubbling with hesitation. After thinking for a moment, he slowly withdrew his foot that had stepped into the demon world. It seemed to perceive the existence of an extremely dangerous existence and chose to retreat. Unfortunately, its hesitation cost it its life. A chain as dark as ink suddenly shot out from the bitter sea, splashing a large amount of bitter sea water, and decaying the water of the Xing River into bubbles. The wild beasts in the Xing River were also poisoned into nothingness, and none were left. The chain contained a trace of the rules of the Great Way. When the god-level wild beast realized it, it had already been entangled by the chain. Roar! With a scream of horror, the god-level wild beast finally panicked, pulled the chain, turned around, and ran away. But no matter how powerful it was, even if it was at the level of a god, it could not pull the chain at all. Instead, the chain carried the water of the bitter sea into its body, causing it to roar in pain. At the same time, a huge force came from the other end of the chain, dragging the god-level wild beast into the demon world, and it fell into the bitter sea. At the moment when it was about to fall into the bitter sea, suddenly, the water of the bitter sea was separated, and a huge 5 Fingers mountain, hundreds of thousands of feet in size, suddenly appeared from the bottom of the bitter sea. Upon a closer look, it was not a mountain, but a giant hand that covered the sky. With a clench of the giant hand, the 10,000 jong desolate beast was caught in its palm. Crashed then, the water level of the entire bitter sea suddenly dropped, because an extremely huge creature stood up from the bitter sea. It was a towering humanoid giant that was over 1,000,000 jong tall. A god at the level of 1,000 feet was less than 1% in front of the giant, just like half a finger. The giant of the bitter sea appeared. He opened his mouth, indifferently stuffed the god-level wild beast in the palm of his hand into his mouth, and chewed. A shrill scream came from his mouth, followed by the bone-numbing chewing sound, gradually weakening, and finally, there was dead silence. The giant of the bitter sea stepped on the land of the demon world. Suddenly, the earth cracked, and the demon world shook. It walked to the place where Suyu fought with the 3 maids in 3 steps, and sniffed with its huge nose. Amidst the dust, a drop of divine blood covered by the dust floated up. The divine blood contained the breath of the demon royal family. That was the divine blood of the 9th princess. It was the divine blood that Suyu deliberately left behind. The giant of the bitter sea greedily sucked the divine blood into his mouth, and his indifferent face showed excitement. He raised his head and looked forward. After taking a few steps, he found another drop of divine blood. Excited, he continued to move forward. Every 100 million miles, there was a drop of divine blood. He continued to move forward along the divine blood. The direction he was moving in was the demon emperor's capital. Wherever he went, there was chaos and death. This message was passed to the demon emperor in just 10 days. The 9 princes and princesses, the holy magic hall, and Princess Yunxia were all alarmed. He, heaven is helping me. After half a year, the giant of the bitter sea has come ashore again. The 6th princess heard the news, and her pretty eyes were full of surprise. The book deity had a strange look on his face. Your Royal Highness is preparing to. Of course, to launch a coup in advance. The 6th princess's eyes flashed coldly. This. I haven't discussed with the other princes and princesses, and changed my mind temporarily. If they can't pick you up, won't they put themselves in danger? The book deity's eyes flashed with anxiety, and he calmly advised. The 6th princess turned her head and stared at the book deity with a smile. It is necessary to change your mind temporarily for the coup to succeed. Otherwise, if someone tipped us off in advance, our coup would be extinguished before it was launched. Wouldn't that be a joke? The book deity looked calm and said lightly, Your Royal Highness suspects that I betrayed you. Well, I suspect. No, Suyu said that you are a person who can't be trusted at all. Anyone who believes in you is close to death, the 6th princess said lightly. The book deity said, just his side of the story. So what? Since you are a hidden danger, then I will get rid of you first. The 6th princess shouted and immediately attacked. The book deity's face changed slightly, and he shouted, Come out. Swish, 5 strong deities appeared in all directions and surrounded the 6th princess. The 5 deities were all city lords of Jingxian realm, and they were also secretly persuaded by the 6th princess to join her and prepare to launch a coup with her. You betrayed me? The 6th princess's eyes narrowed. The 5 deities did not say a word, and their expressions were extremely calm. The book deity hid behind the 5 deities, and only then did he relax a little. He said lightly, You betrayed the demon world. As the demon gods, of course, they have to put righteousness before family. The 6th princess snorted. Bah! What righteousness before family? Were they bought by your promise of greater benefits? The book deity smiled lightly and said, "You are indeed a princess who can be compared with the eldest prince, resourceful and resourceful. Yes, I am under the order of Princess Yunxia. If you have any rebellious actions, you will be killed immediately. These 5 city lords have been influenced by me and decided to abandon the darkness for the light. If they take your head, they can get a reward from Princess Yunxia, which is far better than risking betrayal to the demon world with you." The 6th princess said with hatred, "You actually turned to Princess Yunxia? When did this happen?" Chapter 1246. The 6th princess stared at them coldly. "Do you think that the few of you are my opponents?" As the second strongest member of the royal family, the 6th princess was qualified to say this. "Oh, if you are in your heyday, the 5 of them together are not your opponents, but you are seriously injured." The book deity clearly remembered that the 6th princess came back with injuries all over her body. He secretly inquired and learned that she was injured when fighting with the 3 maids of Princess Yunxia. This was the reason why the 5 city lords finally decided to rebel. The 6th princess, who was so seriously injured, had no hope at all in the coup. Instead of that, it was better to return to Princess Yunxia and kill the 6th princess by the way. It could also make a great contribution. Kill her, while she is seriously injured. The book deity ordered indifferently. She is seriously injured, it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Boom. The 5 gods were full of killing intent, and they attacked together. When the 6th princess was in her heyday, they did not even have the courage to fight, but now, kai kai, 2 muffled sounds came abruptly. The 5 gods who besieged were stunned for a moment, and then they were horrified. Even the book deity was taken aback. The 6th princess was not seriously injured. Her left and right hands were holding a group of god source origin, and the owners of the god source origin, the 2 city lords, were killed on the spot. The 6th princess's mouth evoked a cruel and playful arc, and she swallowed the 2 groups of god source origin in one gulp. She sneered. "Su Yu's strategy is really good. Only the trick of self-injury can lead you to the tail of the old fox. Su Yu. You mean, you pretended to be seriously injured, and it was Su Yu's idea?" The book deity stared, and his face quickly became gloomy. The 6th princess sneered. "Yes. He left me a message. He guessed that a villain like you, who is so repetitive, will definitely not follow me to take the risk of a coup, and will definitely choose the most beneficial side. So, you must have taken advantage of my absence to seek refuge with Princess Yunxia. Second, he guessed that you were good at calculating people's hearts, and while I was away, you must have taken the initiative to do something to my city. Now it seems that his speculation is correct." The 6th princess had previously obtained the jade pendant left by Su Yu before he left. At first, she was still skeptical, but she also knew that it was a big deal, and she had to try. She pretended to be seriously injured, and at the same time, summoned the city lord who was attached to her to protect her. Until today, when he suddenly changed his mind and immediately launched a coup. After being forced into a corner, they finally gave themselves away. Su Yu's prediction was not wrong at all. Thinking about it carefully, the 6th princess would be seriously injured by the sneak attack of the book deity and the 5 gods who were attached to her. She might even be killed on the spot. Even if they were lucky enough not to die, Princess Yunxia, who had already received the news, must have prepared a deadly trap in the Devil Emperor. If all the princes and princesses rushed there, it would be suicide. Fortunately, Su Yu had woken up in time and had given him the jade pendant in advance, so that he could get rid of the hidden danger first. The book deity's expression changed drastically, and he fled immediately without thinking. The 6th princess sneered and ignored him. She first dealt with the 3 traitorous city lords in front of her. "Your Royal Highness, I was deceived for a while, and I dare not do it again. I am willing to follow your Royal Highness to overthrow Princess Yunxia. Please give me a chance to atone for my crime." As soon as his voice fell, he was destroyed by the 6th princess. "No need. Those who betray me will be killed without mercy." The 6th princess's face was full of murderous intent, like a female Azura. A rain of blood flew, and the last 2 city lords also fell in a pool of blood. As for the book deity, The sixth princess did not chase but waited quietly. Soon, the endless demonic clouds came. There were waves of divine light inside, and there were more than 40 strong demon gods. Among them, there were 7 who exuded the breath of the royal family. The leader was the eldest prince, and all the princes and princesses, including the 7th prince, were around him. Behind them were the city lords who were loyal to them and prepared to accompany them in the coup. The eldest prince held a book in his hand, floated down, and threw it to the 6th princess. The feather demon is right. This person has taken refuge with Princess Yunxia, and the one who stays with him must not be the real one. His real body must be hiding in an extremely safe place. The 6th princess weighed the book in her hand and murmured, "He even expected this. It's really interesting." The 7th prince was surprised. "Big brother, 6th sister, why didn't you tell us in advance about the coup? Didn't it start 10 days later? The coup is happening now, and my people are completely unprepared." The 2nd princess also stared at the two of them with dissatisfaction. "You two acted on your own and did not ask for our opinion at all." Su Yu's message, the 6th princess also told the eldest prince, but only the eldest prince. This was also Su Yu's stare. Even if the other princes and princesses could be trusted, could their people be trusted? The fewer people who knew about the coup in advance, the safer it would be. Among the princes and princesses, the 6th princess could only trust the eldest prince, and the rest were difficult to trust. Therefore, when the giant of the bitter sea landed, the eldest prince informed the other princes and princesses without warning, summoned the city lords who were loyal to them, and quickly went to the territory of the 6th princess to gather. It was not until this moment that they realized that they were actually going to advance the coup. Before this, they simply thought that they were just coming to rescue the 6th princess. The eldest prince said solemnly, "It was my decision not to tell you. Is there a problem?" They dared to criticize the 6th princess, but they had no courage at all for the eldest prince. The 6th princess cast a grateful look, and her elder brother took the initiative to help her bear all the pressure. The speculation of the feather demon is all correct. Our coup has long been known by Princess Yunxia. The eldest prince said loudly, "Only the coup in advance can we have a chance. The giant of the bitter sea is the opportunity and signal that the feather demon has created for us. The giant of the bitter sea is waiting for us to advance the coup." The giant of the bitter sea went straight to the demon emperor's capital, which would certainly attract most of the firepower of the demon realm holy magic hall. Was there a more suitable time to launch a coup than this? No. Although the giant of the bitter sea was waiting ashore, it would certainly cause unimaginable damage to the demon realm, but it was better than them dying in the mouth of the giant of the bitter sea, right? Princess Yunxia imprisoned the demon emperor, perverted, persecuted the descendants of the royal family, destroyed the order of the demon realm, and such a demon concubine should be punished by everyone. Today, as the descendants of the royal family, I carry out the will of the royal family and launch a sacred war against Princess Yunxia. The eldest prince waved his arms and shouted, "Kill the demon concubine, save the emperor." Waving his arms and shouting shocked the sky. The princes and princesses looked at each other and showed their determination. Kill the demon concubine, save the emperor. The gods loyal to them also roared, "Kill the demon concubine, save the demon emperor." The shouts of the gods were earth-shattering. This day must be a day that will forever be recorded in the history of the demon realm. The 9 princes and princesses of the demon realm launched a coup. Swish, including the princes and princesses, a total of 40 gods went to the demon emperor's capital. The sky was full of divine light, and the endless demonic clouds were unprecedentedly spectacular. Wherever they passed, the mountains collapsed and the earth roared, and all the creatures knelt down. Under the joint efforts of more than 40 gods, they turned into a sharp long arrow, shooting to the demon emperor's capital, shooting to the Princess Yunxia who brought chaos to the demon realm. The movement caused by the news of the giant of the bitter sea waiting ashore has not yet subsided, and the news of the princes and princesses leading the gods in a coup hit the demon emperor's capital like a tsunami. When the coup army arrived at the demon emperor's capital, the preparations made by Princess Yunxia were destroyed by the sudden coup army before they could even be fully operated. The 3 deities guarding the demon emperor were putting on a brave front, but in the mighty army of deities, they were extinguished like fireflies. The army was divided into two groups, one led by the sixth princess, killing to the ancient altar and guarding their retreat. The other group was led by the eldest prince, killing to the demon emperor's palace. Suddenly, the demon emperor was boiling. The princes and princesses rebelled collectively, which had never happened before. The news did not need to be transmitted, and the people in the capital could also feel the strange fluctuations of the gods. In the mansion, Su Yu, who had been sitting quietly for 10 days, suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a hint of nervousness on his face. The coup has finally begun. Everyone, listen to my orders and carry out the task immediately according to my instructions, Su Yu shouted. From the vicinity of the house, more than 70 early-stage quasi-gods jumped out like raindrops, shooting in all directions, and each carried out the established tasks. Su Yu was alone and stepped out of the house. At the door of the house, a person stood, a woman in a white gauze, with a graceful figure. Her slender waist was not enough to hold, and her figure was very slender, giving a somewhat morbid feeling. She wore a white gauze hat on her head, and only the picturesque face could be vaguely seen. Who are you? Su Yu's eyes were sharp. He was in the house, but he did not notice that there was her breath outside the house. What made Su Yu's eyes even sharper was that none of the early-stage quasi-gods guarding outside the house came to report to him. There was no such thing as a rebellion, and they were completely loyal to Su Yu. She could stand here without a sound, and she must have done something to those guards. I am Bai Wanqing, and my teacher is the purple-eyed demonic god. The woman's voice was soft and a little morbid, but her tone was very calm. It's you. Su Yu's eyes flashed. The disciple of the purple-eyed demonic god was in the mansion, but he did not know that it was a woman. Follow me. Su Yu was too lazy to argue with her. The woman nodded lightly. Are we going to the altar? The giant of the bitter sea is waiting for the shore, and the princes and princesses will take the opportunity to launch a coup. If they are smart, they will definitely occupy the exit of the demon world, which is the altar, as a retreat. If you want to leave the demon world, perhaps this is the best opportunity. She was reminding Su Yu that now was not the time to lose. Su Yu turned his head and looked at her lightly. You seem to think you are very smart. Unlike the purple-eyed demonic god, his heir seemed to like to show off her abilities. She had done something to the guards outside the door to show her uniqueness, and now she thought that she was cleverly reminding Su Yu. Compared with the low-key modesty of the purple-eyed demonic god, his heir was completely different.